plan with her. I would. I'd like to make a motion to open the February 20th, 2020 Town Board as Police Commission meeting.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
To make a motion to approve the Town Board as Police Commission agenda.
Second.
And I have no announcements. I'd like to make a motion to go into
I said all in favor, aye.
all in favor, aye. I'd like to make a motion to go into executive session to conduct interviews and discuss personnel matters. And I'd like to invite Tony Hokinson to join us.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Right back.
Let's do it.
I make a motion to come out of executive session,
Second?
and do you want to vote to appoint Tony or wait?
I'm happy to, if we want to do that, maybe just not set the term.
Yeah.
So I guess let's vote to end executive session, right? So all those in favor?
All right.
And then do you want to nominate her?
Yeah, I'd like to nominate Tony Hokinson to serve on the Town Board as Police Commission.
Second?
No, wait, sorry,
The-
not that, I misspoke. To serve on the,
Advisory committee?
yeah,
Yeah, community advisory.
the Citizens Police Advisory Board.
Second?
All in favor?
Aye.
Shoo. And with that, I'd like to open the floor for public input. If anyone has any comments. If not, let's, do you want to do the monthly report, or should we make some recommendations? Motion to recommend the following hires, transfers, promotions to the town board?
If you want, we'll do the report really quick.
Yeah, okay.
Seeing that they have to stay for the town board meeting anyway, and I know we're waiting for one officer to get here.
Okay.
I was working a shift, actually, that we're gonna be looking to put on for one of the full-time slots. So, and then we will need a short moment of executive session just to do some updates on some personnel issues.
Okay. So, over to you for the monthly report.
Okay, so so there's no letters of commendation for this month, and we have 2 defensive actions for the month of January. The first defensive action has 2 reports filed. It has to do with 2 individuals for the 2 reports, but it's the one incident, which was a fight. First subject, 21-year-old male, 5'11", 190 pounds, medium build, white, non-Hispanic, disorderly conduct. The other individual, 22 years of age, male, 5'11", 170 pounds, medium build, white, non-Hispanic. Again, disorderly conduct. Both were apparently under the influence of alcohol at the time. Both individuals were engaged in a physical altercation in front of one of the establishments on Main Street. The officers that handled the call, each of them announced their presence, told them to stop fighting, which they continued to still fight. Each officer grabbed their individual defendant at the time and put them in a bear hug and took them to the ground where they were placed into custody. Neither was injured during that arrest. No further action. The second defensive action has to do with one individual, and 2 reports were filed. 38 years of age, male, 5'10", 230 pounds, large build, white, non-Hispanic. Charges were disorderly conduct, harassment, and resisting arrest. Also suspected to be alcohol, under the influence of alcohol. The individual was also involved in an altercation, was told to leave the establishment that he was at, continued to be in a violent manner, continued to ignore warnings of leaving or being charged. Officers that attempted to approach the person advised him he was under arrest for disorderly conduct, at which time he began to walk away and then took a fighting stance with the officers. When the officers went to approach him, he then took off and they ended up tackling him on the ground. He still refused to listen to verbal commands, put his hands behind his back, continued to fight with the officers, and yell different racial slurs at the officer. They were eventually able to gain control of the individual, handcuff him, nothing further. At the time, he complained of back pain. He was checked out by the New Paltz Rescue, was called, but he refused any medical treatment. He refused treatment at the station again, and also refused to have any photographs or anything taken by the sergeant, which we do. That's custom anytime somebody indicates that they have some injury. And that's all we have for those reports. We still missing one officer here?
Why don't we go into executive session?
Executive session,
I'd
great.
like to-
Can we also invite Lieutenant Lucchese?
Yes, I'd like to make a motion to go into executive session to discuss personnel matters
Second?
and invite Chief Snyder and Lieutenant Lucchese. All in favor?
Aye.
taken.
Second.
And we have a few minutes. Are all the officers here?
Yes, they are.
I mean, so I guess would like to make a motion to recommend the following hires, transfers, and promotions to the town board. Approval to hire part-time officer David Dugatkin. Approval for the promotion of Officer Brianne Quigley from patrol officer to patrol sergeant. Approval to promote Officers Zachary Mitchell and Jerome Milton to full-time status. Approval for transfer of Patrol Sergeant Matthew Sutton to the Detective Division as Detective Sergeant.
Second.
Discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
And I think with that, we're probably done.
Yeah, we can start the town board meeting.
So we can
as soon
start
as
the
you
town
want.
board meeting as soon as you let me know when all the officers are here.
Everybody's here, everybody's ready on our.
So we can start the town board meeting early, and we can do all of that right now.
That'd be great.
That's great. Let's do it.
So I'd like to make a motion to close the Town Board as Police Commission meeting,
Second.
and I would like to make a motion to open the February 20th, 2020 Town Board meeting. All in favor?
Aye.
Please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance.
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
So I'd like to make a motion to approve the agenda with some, and I'd like to make some changes as well.
Second.
And I would like to move up the recommendations to the town board from the police commission before public comment, public input, so we can get them out of here and they don't have to sit here and listen to us get yelled at. So, and if
You want me to start?
everyone's in favor of, yeah, sorry, if everyone's in favor of that? All in favor?
Aye.
And now, so now we can start, sorry.
Okay, what I'd like to do is, we have some openings for our full-time status, so I'd like to start with that. We have 2 openings in our patrol officer. I made a recommendation to the commission to take 2 of our part-time officers, to move them into a full-time position. They are on our local list, so I'm happy to offer them to the board for approval to be hired. Officer Zach Mitchell, come on up, and Officer Jerome Milton. So Zach Mitchell, you may recognize both of these gentlemen. Zach's been with us about 2 years and has been part-time status with us. He's done a fantastic job. Been part of the NPPD family, and I'd like to make a recommendation for him to begin his full-time status on the 21st, which is actually tomorrow, filling in a vacant shift. So we'd like to have him begin that process. Then we have Jerome Milton. Jerome has been with us about 6 months now. Got that about right? A little more?
A little more.
Okay. I blink and another year goes by. So he's been with us. He's doing a fantastic job. We brought him on part-time. Grew up in our community. He's been a great asset to us. And again, part of our family. And we'd like him to also begin a full-time status with us. And his date would be effective February 24th, which is Monday, 2020.
Great. Well, yeah, I'd like to make a motion to approve the promotion of Officers Zachary Mitchell and Jerome Milton to full-time status.
Second.
Discussion. All in favor?
Aye.
Congratulations.
Congratulations.
You guys know what you're getting into, I guess.
Yeah, exactly. Hi.
Then we can have Matt Sutton come up.
Yes. Yes.
So Sergeant Matt Sutton, he's been our night supervisor for 5 years. Was promoted in 2014. Before that, he was in our detective division for about 2 years. He started with our agency in 2008. Been a phenomenal asset to our agency when he was a detective and obviously as our night supervisor. We'll miss him on the nights, but I'm sure there'll be, his shoes will be filled with another one coming in. He's taking care of that training now, but we'd like to make a offer to the town to move him to the detective division as our detective sergeant to oversee that division.
So I'd like to make a motion to transfer Patrol Sergeant Matthew Sutton to Detective Division as Detective Sergeant.
Second.
Discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
And I know Dave Diakin is not here tonight, but that's offering that to the town for the part-time position.
Yep.
He's going to be a big asset he was an asset to our agency when he worked with us in the past. He's going to be taking care of a lot of our discovery demands with the new justice reform laws. So we're looking forward to having him come on board. So we're all set to move forward with that if you want to do that, even though he's not here.
Yeah, I'd like to make a motion to approve the hire of part-time officer David Dugatkin.
Second.
Discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, and last but not least, Brianne Quigley, come on up. So this is Brianne Quigley. She's been an officer with us since 2012. Don't need to say much about her because everybody knows about her. They see her face out there in the streets. She's been a phenomenal asset for our agency since she's been hired. We were happy to do incredible interviews. We had 4 candidates, so it was a very difficult decision because we have very good qualified people. We're very fortunate. Brianne actually did a fantastic job during the interview, as well as being on the sergeant's list. So with many pieces of input from our supervisors that presently work for the agency during the interview, we'd like to recommend Brianne Quigley to be a police sergeant for our department.
Great. Yeah, I'd like to make the motion to promote Officer Brianne Quigley from patrol officer to patrol sergeant.
I second that.
All in favor?
Aye.
Congratulations. So I do have one thing, seeing that usually we do swearing in at these, don't go away yet. Usually we do swearing in at the town board meetings also. We're unable to do that, seeing that our clerk is out here tonight. So they all will be going in to get sworn in either tomorrow or Monday. But in the meantime, I wanted to present her with her sergeant's shield. And you'll get your ID and everything after you begin that on Monday, but congratulations.
Thank you very much.
So you get everything else soon. And these are just those documents for that, for both hires. That's the officers, this is the sergeants.
Okay.
And then I'll touch base with Gene and Arlen this week for the forms that we fill.
Great, well,
Thank you.
thank you.
Thank you very much. That's all you had for me, right?
Yeah, I think that's it, and, so it's 7 o'clock, I guess we will open the,
Public input.
yeah, well,
Very
so,
much. Thank you guys all.
so
Congratulations.
I think we're gonna start with, we're gonna open the public, or continue the public hearing for the critical environmental areas, and so we have, we'll let people, we'll take a break for a few minutes and let people walk out. So we're going to open or continue the public hearing for the critical environmental areas. And so if anyone has any comments they'd like to make, please come up. We're not going to close it tonight, we're just going to keep it open. So if people come up, they want to say something. If not, we're just going to leave it open for a while. And I think you might be on the agenda as well, Ingrid. If not, then you're welcome to come up and talk now or later, right? So, yeah, I think maybe, Ingrid, you might want to you could come up now and talk as part of the public comment. And you're welcome to sit at the table if that's easier for you, or stand there, or whatever you would prefer.
What's easier?
That's whatever's easiest.
Come take a seat. Why don't you do that? There you go.
Huh? No, that's okay. Hi. How are you? Good.
Is the mic okay? Good.
All right. Well, good evening, members of the town board. I'm Ingrid Heckel, chair of the New Paltz Environmental Conservation Board, and I'm a resident of Plutarch Road. I trained as a biologist and geographer, and I've worked for the last 9 years in the field of conservation and environmental planning in the Hudson Valley. New Paltz is endowed with some exceptional and unique environmental features, including globally significant forests and regional wildlife corridors, high-quality wetland complexes, and habitats for threatened and endangered wildlife. We're in the midst of a biodiversity crisis and a climate crisis, as you've recognized, that threatens the life as we know it. The land use decisions we make today will have lasting impacts on natural areas in New Paltz and the numerous benefits they provide our community. At the last public hearing, I presented this proposal for establishing 6 critical environmental areas, which is a designation under SEEKR that allows the town to recognize areas with exceptional or unique environmental characteristics. And we heard some very supportive comments on that proposal at the last meeting, as well as some concerns since then about how this designation might affect private property rights. We encourage everyone to go and read the CEA proposal, which is not very long, or the FAQ document, which are both on the town website on the environmental conservation page. You'll see that the CEA designation does not affect construction of a single-family home, additions, minor accessory structures like garages or swimming pools, among other things. In short, it doesn't affect the vast majority of property owners and the typical activities they might undertake on their land. For those who might want to subdivide or do some other type of project already subject to environmental review, the planning board would need to consider on a larger scope how the project might impact a CEA. And the bottom line is CEAs do not protect land or prevent development. They do not take away any rights of property owners. They simply require consideration of potential impacts as part of a broader environmental review. Now, we've heard the concern that this may nonetheless create a burden of proof for applicants because the planning board won't know how to judge possible impacts of a CEA. But the planning board has access to a lot of existing information and maps and guidance that can be used to assess projects in these areas. In addition, New Paltz just received a grant to compile a townwide natural resources inventory that will be published as easily accessible online maps. You'll be able to zoom in to a parcel and turn on the different map layers to see what is already known in that area. And that, together with the scope of any proposed new development, could be used to determine whether additional information is needed or not. And for small actions, most small actions, we believe, the likely result will be that no further study is needed. Larger projects, which already require a SEEKR assessment, could include relevant habitat information tailored on the specific features and areas of concern in that CEA. Now, hypotheticals are hard to judge, so we did some research to find out how CEA designation is actually impacting or has impacted project review in 2 nearby towns, Hyde Park and Shawangum, which have had CEAs for about 15 and 30 years respectively. Neither of the planning board chairs I spoke to from those communities said that CEA designation had been the basis for a positive SEEKR declaration, nor that it had resulted in a burdensome review process. Rather, they said the CEA designation resulted in a deliberate focus on the particular resources of concern in that area that might be impacted, and together with other considerations like protected species habitat, wetlands, or steep slopes, helped guide developments to reduce impacts. Back to our proposal, we've heard the argument that New Paltz's SECRA process is already rigorous enough, and that our local laws regulating wetlands and watercourses, floodplains, and steep slopes provide enough regulation in the town. Our local laws are robust, but they are currently applied parcel by parcel, project by project, without requiring consideration of the broader ecological context. Without CEA designation, there's no specific requirement or opportunity to consider the bigger picture during environmental reviews. And of course, we all know that wildlife do not limit their habitat to 100-foot buffers generally and things like of that nature. So our current regulations do not affect many of the types of features and issues we're talking about in this proposal. We have heard concerns that CEAs will somehow stifle commercial growth and impact the tax base. However, the only proposed CEA that overlaps a business or industrial zone is the Swartikill Wetlands area along Route 299 near Ohioville Road. We delineated that CEA to include a 300-foot buffer zone around the wetlands, and within the business and industrial zones, however, the buffer area has already been, for the most part, developed, with the exception of 7 acres owned by Central Hudson and a ½ acre of land on North Ohioville Road. Note that the remaining CEAs are in residential zones, 70% occurring in the A3 zone, and based on this, and recalling that CEA designation doesn't prevent or restrict development, we contend CEA designation will have no measurable impact on potential commercial or industrial development in the town, and by that measure on the resulting tax base. And by another measure, a lot of people are drawn to New Paltz for our beautiful landscapes. A lot of the tourism activity that generates is because of these CEAs. We furthermore note that the highest concentration of CEAs in New York are in the most developed areas of the state, Westchester and Long Island. These continue to be the fastest growing areas of the state, and there's no evidence that CEAs are slowing things down. Rather, that the CEA designation is more likely to occur in communities that have already experienced some undesirable environmental impacts from development. Wouldn't it be better for New Paltz to plan proactively for the future of our greatest natural assets? Which brings me to the areas we have proposed. We've heard concerns that the proposed areas are too large. The CEAs are large because the natural areas themselves are large, which is part of why they're so exceptional. On this question, I reached out to John Nolan, professor of law and founder of Pace Land Use Law Center. He pointed out there's nothing in the SECRA regulations saying that CEAs should be small. In fact, he said the types of criteria in the regulations for CEA designation would tend to suggest that CEAs should be large. Lastly, and perhaps of greatest concern to the ENCB, we've heard the argument that, with the exception perhaps of the Ridge, the other proposed areas are neither that unique nor exceptional, and thus should not be designated CEAs. This is important because if we are unmoved by information explaining and justifying the significance of these areas coming from New York State DEC, the New York Natural Heritage Program, the Nature Conservancy, Ulster County, our own open space plan, then we risk continuing to overlook their importance as new development is proposed in them. ENCB can continue to bring up this information, which we have in the past, but without an official town designation, it may have little impact. So as I conclude, I want to stress why the timing for CEAs is right. We don't have any major projects in any of these areas right now that would be affected, but that could change any day. We should anticipate that development can and will eventually happen on any parcel of land that is not protected in our town. CEAs do not protect land, but will provide a minimum measure of oversight to ensure that New Paltz's exceptional habitats and resilient connected lands do not experience death by 1,000 cuts. The ENCB appreciates the town board's consideration of this proposal, and we're here to support you with moving it forward, and we want to thank you for your commitment to making New Paltz a wonderful place to live and helping protect our environment. So in addition, I've provided tables that have the acreage of land by zoning district within the CEAs and acreage of land protected already in nature preserves or under conservation easement in the districts. And based on a comment at the last public hearing, I put together a map showing areas, the proposed areas in relation to existing mapped wetlands and the regulatory buffers approximately under our town law and FEMA floodplain information, and existing protected land, parks and preserves in the community. Thank you.
Nice. Can I keep this?
Thank you. Yes, you can keep that.
Nice. Thank you.
And I'll leave these for other members. Yeah.
They're not here, so we'll just give it to them and put them in there.
Thank you.
If anyone else has any comments about the CEAs, please.
Just go in order of Janelle. Janelle, sorry. I'm Janelle Piotr, resident of Town of New Paltz. I'm actually here though on behalf of Laura Dene. She has asked me to read her letter as she was not able to be here tonight. Dear Town Board, my name is Laura Dene, a filmmaker from New Paltz, who was also on the ENCB for 5 years. I'm writing you with my enthusiastic support for our town creating its own critical environmental areas. Our natural environment is so important to us, our wildlife, and the character of our town, and this is one wonderful step we can take to protect it. Currently, I'm working on a film about this very subject. Well, we're seeing a town near Ellenville created 2 CEAs, one a large swamp and one a farm that serves as a quote greenway unquote to allow animals to get from one forest to the other. The town of Wawarsing is bipartisan, and yet they unanimously decided to pass this. The people we interviewed said they did this because they understand quote what we have unquote. They said that the natural world is not only important for our environment, but also for the economic benefits it brings to their town in terms of tourists and second homeowners. And they told me once you know the area you want to designate, it is not a difficult process. This, of course, will not stop development in these areas. It will just add another extra layer that a developer would need to look at while they are planning within these CEAs. Developing critical environmental areas is also one action we can take to move forward with our Climate Smart Community Pledge. I'd love to speak with any of you if you would like to reach out and further discuss, or even recommend you reach out to Wawarsing with questions. Thank you so much for your hard work in making our town a wonderful place to live. All the best, Laura Dene.
Thank you.
Hello, I'm Libby Zamaitis. I'm going to speak as a resident and then I guess as a professional. I'm born and raised in the town of New Paltz. I'm a property owner. My sons are 5th generation New Paltzians. And let's be honest, being a green city, being a green town is only going to spur development. I've seen it across the Hudson Valley where I work. I don't know that that's a good thing from a natural resource standpoint, but doing things like adopting CEAs and being really aggressive is only going to help us grow and help us get tourism and help us get people here. You know, we're seeing it in Kingston, we're seeing it in Piermont, we're seeing it up and down the valley. We've already positioned ourselves as leaders in this area, and we just need to keep upping the ante. This is a very clear-cut, simple thing to do. It should be done everywhere that there's an important area. It's just, you know, acknowledging a fact. So to me, it's very, you know, it's a strategic thing that we can do. The state has $150 million just last year alone, and it's about the same every year to fund communities that want to work on resilience. So the more that we do these things, the more that we're going to be recognized and rewarded, bring in more money, more investment, and just keep building this green brand in New Paltz. You know, we're starting to see other communities take the lead on that, and I think we need to keep up because we've had a longer history of being that town. So from that standpoint, I support it. I think it makes sense for us as a community and as a development strategy. And then moving on more to my professional hat, I've worked in climate resilience for over 15 years, helping communities up and down the Hudson Valley and helping companies nationally and globally working on sustainable development. And again, this is where the money's flowing. This is where the interest is going. I mean, for us to be worried about something like adopting large CEAs, I don't think it's in our best interest. So I am aware of the DEC and part of the project that is highlighting the town of Wawarsing on their recently adopted critical environmental areas. They are two very, very large areas, and they see them as their actual economic future. They see it as part of ecotourism. They're actually coming at it, in part from that standpoint. So I think it's great we're seeing places like Wawarsing are recognized as leaders for this type of thing. So, let's join along. We're actually pursuing, I believe the town and the village are pursuing climate smart community certification. This is a specific action in it that gets you points. That program has over $10 million of funding every year. Sometimes it's under applied for. So let's just have this be one of many steps that we're pursuing climate resilience, ecological resilience. We're getting state funding, and we're really building like the New Paltz green town where everyone wants to be, everyone wants to live. So, thank you.
Thank you.
I can't see the list, but who is anyone else on there?
Mary-
Oh, no. I'm sorry. I thought
You for
just had
public
sign
comment?
in.
Oh, no,
Taking
that's
notes.
fine. Very good.
Yeah, so if next person sign up, speak for this is the public comment for the CEAs.
Yes, I was made aware that I can make a public comment tonight, and my name's Eric Perlman. I'm a resident of the town of New Paltz. And I wanted to voice my support for CEAs. It makes sense to me that the town and village would designate these valuable areas in advance of people considering development, because our innate natural resources in our community are special and unique. I know people have voiced a concern that these areas are too big, but they represent a resource that is valued for not only the flora and fauna that is disappearing in our climate crisis, but for our enjoyment and our benefit. So I just wanted to make my voice heard that this seems like a very practical and important move for our community. And that's all I wanted to say.
Thank you.
Anyone else?
And if is anyone else, please come up. If not, we're going to keep this open so people can come every 2 weeks. And we'll see you in 2 weeks. If no one else has any comments, we'll move on to we'll make a motion to leave this open, and we'll open the floor for public comment about any other issues, if anyone would like to make any comments about other issues, water meters. If not,
No issues in the.
if I can't believe it. I'm giddy after 2 weeks ago. So with that, I'll quickly close public comment, and I'd like to make a motion to approve items 3A through 3D on the consent agenda. 3A through E
Yep.
on the consent agenda.
Second?
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. And then, so Dan, I don't know if you want to talk about this next one. This is authorization, a motion for the supervisor to sign a joint letter with the village regarding refugee resettlement.
So, I know our village colleagues jumped the gun.
They jumped the gun, but
Yeah.
the town board hasn't signed it yet. But,
So I apologize, I was not able to make it last meeting for that and for other things. But just a quick overview, there was a recent executive order by President Trump which requires communities to opt in for even the possibility of accepting refugees within their communities. Just as some background context, We did this already. We had a resolution, and I think it was December of 2016, essentially saying that this was something we were supportive of, and that was something we did proactively on our own. Due to the November election that year, that resettlement never took place. But now there is this executive order in place which makes this a requirement. That's actually being challenged through the court system presently about that not being a necessary requirement. But there was a number of community members who approached me saying that they were interested in this, and I can read the letter quickly,
Yeah.
just for people to hear.
Want this paper?
Even perfect, better on paper. So it says, Dear Secretary Pompeo, this letter is in reference to Executive Order 13888 on enhancing state and local involvement in refugee resettlement. In complying with this request, we feel it's incumbent upon us to educate you on the impact that the 12 refugee families and their descendants have had on their community and the United States. The town of New Paltz was founded in 1678 by French Huguenots. The word refugee entered the English language to describe the very people who established the town that we have inherited. Their early commitment to education over 300 years ago is why we are home to the State University of New York at New Paltz. And in just the last century, a few notable descendants of the original Huguenot refugees include General George Patton, W.E.B. Du Bois, Josiah Du Bois, an attorney for the Treasury Department who drew upon his own heritage as a descendant of the Huguenots when he lobbied the most famous of our New Paltz Huguenot descendants, President Franklin Roosevelt, to allow Jewish refugees into the United States during World War II. This action is estimated to have saved the lives of nearly 200,000 people. The seal of the State Department, along with most federal seals, features the motto of the United States, E pluribus unum, out of many one. Not only do we believe in the sentiment that this phrase has come to represent, but it's also noteworthy that the motto itself originates from a Huguenot. If the restrictions the current administration are imposing today had been in effect when our town was founded, our community and our nation would be at a significant loss. Per the executive order, and in keeping with the centuries-old traditions of our community and the municipal leaders of both the town and village of New Paltz, do hereby consent to the initial resettlement of refugees. So I'd like to move us to formally allow the supervisor to sign that and send that.
Second?
Any other conversation on that? Cool. So all those in favor?
All right.
Awesome. Thank you guys.
Will that letter be like available for us to read at some point?
Yeah, it should be on
Should
the
be on the
town
town's
website
website.
right now as a
Okay.
document.
And-
Yeah.
And labeled as what? Which documents specifically?
So if you go to the town website, we post like where the agenda is, various documents for our meetings, and it should be available there. And if you'd really like a copy, I think we can hand you one before you head out today.
I
So.
could even take a picture.
Okay. Awesome. Yep. No
Thank
problem.
Yeah, we probably have, you might have one in your packet.
Yep. I probably have one too. All right.
So I guess the next is review of highway vehicle replacement plan, and then we have a discussion, if we want to. Chris has asked us, this is, where is this? It's the official form is, what is it? It's what's the, we have to approve this every year for the CHIPS, right? But this is the agreement for the expenditure of highway money. I thought there was a name, the name of it, but, I don't know. 284 form, that's what I'm looking for. So this is the 284 form that the town board approves every year. The highway superintendent submits a list of roads and expenditures for highway money. The town board reviews it and hopefully doesn't micromanage it. Lets the highway department do their job. But it's also a chance to have some input and some comments. And then as part of this, Chris was hoping to buy a truck with, at the end of last year, Chris sold a bucket truck and then asked the town board to buy a new one. Chris was able to get a really good deal on a bucket truck for maybe a third of the price that we thought we were going to get. And I think there's some extra money from that Chris wants to put towards this truck. And then the town board also budgeted some money, I think. Is that right, to buy this truck?
There's an equipment reserve fund.
So we have an equipment reserve fund that we put money in every year. And so I think we're part of that, and it's all lumped. And Chris is asking because part of the CHIPS money will also be used to buy this truck.
No,
Oh,
no chip.
no? Okay. So,
No chip.
Okay, so the CHIPS money is all being used for the roads,
Mhm.
and this is just, you know, if the town board had any discussions. We've also asked in the past that, you know, because we don't have as much experience with the highways as Chris does, it's easier for us to kind of see a bigger picture of, you know, what his plans for replacing vehicles are and, you know, how many we have. And so I asked that be included, and Chris provided it, the town board can read it.
Okay.
And if anyone has any questions, Chris is here.
Mhm.
If not, you know, do you want to talk about the roads that are getting repaved, or?
More than repaving, we're sealing.
You're sealing.
Roads that we've done, hope to get 3 or 4 more years out of, which is chip seal.
Right.
It's on state bid, it's good price. We really don't have the money anymore to resurface. We will be doing, hopefully old 299 with some money left over from Dave Lure and, early winter recovery that we weren't able to spend last year.
Okay.
Just
I've heard
to get that.
they're both being maybe put back into this year's budget. We're at the Association of Towns this week. Nothing's guaranteed, but
There's advocacy day that the highway superintendents go up and, you know, we ask for more. Hopefully something gets put back in, but we have money left over that was able to be transferred. It just so happens that that price seems to work out good for redoing that. So that's one of them trying to, we left a little more in the residual. You see, it was just under $100,000 because we're gonna have to patch pave a lot of the roads first. And then chip seal them.
So I have a question. When you're doing that to all these different roads, when you're doing the filling and then the seal, the amount of money that's spent on patching all these sections of road year after year after year, does that still stay lower than your redoing it and having it actually survive really well for the next?
Plants and animals. As far as wildlife, most of the wildlife here are things that are pretty common and pretty adaptable. They did find box turtles in the wetland areas to the southeast of the knoll. The biologist I went out with said that the likelihood of finding box turtles on the knoll was very limited, that they would have their wintering, foraging, and breeding habitat in the wetlands, but while they might get up on the knoll to take a look around, they wouldn't really be found there. And the same went for salamander species that were also noted in the BioBlitz. So the wildlife that's there is, like I say, pretty adaptable. We also used, well, these maps are the Hudson Valley Natural Resource Mapper, and it allows you to overlay different layers on the landscape, and it's intended as a decision tool for people who are making land use decisions so that they can assess what habitat values are in the particular location you're looking at. So for this one, we were looking at wetlands, but let's go to the next one. So this zooms us out a little bit. You can be oriented by the thruway there. The next line over is the transmission corridor. And what we were looking at here, and these different layers are in different colors, known important areas for rare animals is that kind of mustard color, rare plants is green, significant natural communities, Audubon, important bird areas, actually there are none of those in this area, that would be pink, and significant biodiversity areas for the Hudson Valley is the kind of blue. So you can see we're kind of in a zone where none of those particular areas overlap. We also looked at, Julie had raised the issue of forest connectivity, and so we looked at that also. So the darker green are what are considered to be globally significant forests because of their size, and so those are the darker green. The paler green, which is the section in the middle, is what's called a stepping stone forest, and it's a forest that's between big blocks. And the idea is that wildlife can migrate through those stepping stone areas between large globally significant blocks. So we are in a stepping stone forest of about 1,000 acres.
That shows 1,000, does that right there?
It doesn't show the whole 1,000, you know.
But it's like narrow this way?
It's long and narrow, yeah. And let's take a look at the next one.
Sorry, does most of the rest of it go north or south or equal?
You know, it extends along the Hudson Valley, basically.
Okay.
Yeah. And the next one, the mapper also designates what they call linkage areas that, again, are linking these larger globally significant forests. And you can see that where the star is Clearwater Road. And the location, of course, is bounded by the thruway, which is a hard barrier for migration of animals. So I think it's safe to say that because of that location, it's less significant than perhaps other parts of the linkage area. So it just is a way of kind of looking at the connectivity issues in terms of
There's an
where
emergency
it's.
right out front, so
Oh.
I'm just gonna step out.
All right.
Yeah.
All right.
So the last thing I'll say that, you know, we could zoom out even further and you would have a better sense of the scale of the forest that this sits in. It's a pretty heavily forested area. And the 20 acres we're talking about in relation to the scale of the rest of the forest is small. And that also, you know, it's reasonable to conclude that the size is small in relation to the scale of the forest overall. I think, do we have one more? Okay.
Next one is back to me. So if we recall then, the RFP process, the two finalists were tasked with a single set of capacity 5 megawatts, an area within they could operate, and 20 acres limit within there in order to maximize the amount of household equivalents for that, and also produce the highest revenue for the town. In doing that, there's not a lot of room for extras. That process itself lends itself to cutting out the fluff and having a straightforward, solid project that can maximize the other areas. Now that we've entered into finalizing the agreements with those, with the solar systems, the permits prevailed at this point, we can go back and have those discussions about, okay, now, can we make some adjustments? And one of the key things, based on feedback that we already received, is what things could be done for habitat mitigation, and first limiting it to things that are straightforward, with a low cost, but a high impact type items. And there is a significant amount of willingness from Soul Systems to explore these kind of areas. I think it's important to note that these efforts would be expected to be a cost that could reduce the amount of annual revenue from the leasing of those facilities, but it may not be significant based on what is being chosen or what's being asked by the community for those same things. As the project would start, there are certain low-till or clearing, less disruptive, leaving stumps in place, things like that that could be done on a limited basis for some of the solar field areas. May not be all of it, but again, there are some low-cost, high-impact things that can be done to disturb the site only as much as you need to in order to install the facility in the first place. The next category is, again, something that's being asked of the industry as we all move in that direction, and that is to restore the areas where the ground has been disturbed, where the solar panels have been installed, and even along the access roadways and things like that, with, instead of just straight grass, have something that actually has more benefit, and that could be a more robust or a biodiverse array of pollinator-friendly plants and grasses, other plants that would have different blooming times that are staggered to provide an optimal amount of diversity and the amount of and the types of pollinator plants that are being used. It's not just you plant it in a weekend, similar to constructing a wetland, which has been done for quite some time. It takes a multi-year effort of planting, replanting, reestablishment, and reinforcement. It's a planned effort that we put together over a couple of years to maximize the amount of pollinator, biodiverse benefits that could come with that kind of approach, rather than just straight grass. That's what we expect to see. Also, these solar facilities, because of the electric code, will all have to be fenced. That fencing area provides protection. And so that same protection can be used for certain endangered or threatened plant species to be in those areas that would be then less apt to be eaten by deer or other things like that. In the BioBlitz study that Kara talked about, or in some of the other discussions that we've had since then, it's been identified that some of these threatened or endangered species that are on the state list, with enough notice ahead of time, they can be transplanted, they can be removed, or they can be protected during the construction process, so that when they're fenced or at the end of it, or even targeted for these areas to be used as nurseries for these same types of threatened or plant species that do well in this area, this climate. Also, these same kind of fenced areas, we could use those for smaller fenced areas for beehives, for bat houses or other stands for wildlife. Imagine if the area is fenced already, quartering off another smaller fenced area could then allow us to have protected areas for beehives and things like that to go full circle with the pollinator type of efforts. Then also wildlife friendly fencing. There are some techniques and equipment out there that can be less apt to prevent small animals from still using the same areas like you did before. And then after the construction is done, there are certain operations and maintenance techniques, mowing, selective mowing, mowing in patterns that can be used. And then again, as we talked about from the beginning, once this project has reached its term, 25 years, there are requirements, there are decommission plans we put in place that would restore the area, not necessarily to fully broken trees, but restore the area back to a reasonable condition after the project is done. The equipment's removed, the area is restored, and it's left to come back to that state. Last thing then, as a related topic, the ad hoc committee itself does recommend that a portion of the revenues be dedicated each year for things that would be contributing towards the same habitat mitigation efforts. Tree planting throughout the community, habitat protection in other areas, or other environmental type initiatives that this revenue could be used to offset or even to launch from on these habitat mitigation type efforts. That brings us to our conclusion.
Well, thank you for listening. We covered quite a lot. And I'm sure that you have questions and probably want to discuss some aspects of this, but having done this work over a year, we're really firmly convinced that this is a unique opportunity for New Paltz to develop in an efficient and concentrated way clean local power on municipally owned land. And the benefit of that is that the community reaps the benefits, not only in terms of the energy, but the revenue. The site is previously disturbed. We feel like we've given the habitat considerations a really careful evaluation. And we do feel that there are really substantial opportunities for mitigating impacts, both through the construction of it, but also the operation and then finally the mitigation that can occur after decommissioning. These reforestation and restoration efforts are effective. We all know that here in the Hudson Valley where we live, everything was cleared. We live in second growth forest, and forest does come back. And finally, I just want to say that I think we all felt really strongly after talking to other communities and talking to policymakers and technical people that we really want to see New Paltz lead by example here in terms of addressing climate change, and that we really think this can be a model for other communities as well as serving our own community. So we certainly want to open it up to discussion, and ultimately we want you to consider authorizing us to continue to negotiate with Soul Systems to make this project a reality. So, there we have it.
Just to recap where the board is right now, as our starting point for our discussion this evening, we've, on the 19th, we passed 3 resolutions to authorize the ad hoc committee to negotiate with Soul Systems, to authorize the ad hoc committee at the right time in this process to engage Joe Moriello to support the negotiation, and to engage Walden Engineering, Ted's firm, to be project managers for this. And they're doing this on a speculative basis. The speculation being, will a lease get signed or not? If a lease gets signed, then they get compensated for what they've accrued so far, and they continue on through the point a couple of years down the road when the first electrons are generated. And discussion, who has concerns, and or do we just go forward with what we've already approved?
Julie, I mean, I think you were the one, you had some concerns, and so we're happy to discuss them, and I appreciate.
I don't think I'm the only one.
No, not the only one, but I'm just saying that I wanted to make sure that you feel
Oh, yeah.
that you feel comfortable talking about them, and I think that's
Well, I have
what
a
we're hoping
lot,
to do.
you know, I mean, I have so much that I don't know that it's even appropriate to take up the time today with the budget discussion needing to happen, so it's so unfortunate, the timing. I really do appreciate, I'm very much in support of a solar project, and, you know, especially when I heard we were, you know, going to have it on the landfill, it's perfect. And so, you know, one of my main, I mean, I have a whole list of questions, but I'm not going to take up, you know, everyone's time right now. You know, one of the big questions I have is, can Soul Systems maximize the suitable land on the landfill a little better? You know, I saw that array where it's really, you said it's just looking, they were looking for the south-facing slopes of that, but, you know, using the knoll, it looked like they were going to use both south-facing and north-facing. So it just seems, I'm no expert on it, but it just seems, is it possible that they can, you know, use more of the landfill by making the adjustments to the angle of the array? It seems like you can hold, you know, make a lot taller pole perhaps, and make it angled to the south.
So that's a really good question, and you know, we got an estimate from EPA in terms of what was developable on the landfill, and I think it was about 8 acres, wasn't it? So then when the 3 companies came in with really quite different estimates of what they could put on the landfill, we were a little concerned actually that HESP's was as high as it was, because it seemed out of, kind of out of sync.
Their first one was, but they brought it down for the second one.
Right.
Why
right.
did they do that? I was curious.
Could
I
you put
I
that
saw the
chart
difference.
back up, Ted, of like the final? The
There are
final
more
one with HESP
signatures
and,
needed.
Did they
I
do
think we
that
need
based on
more-
you guys saying
yeah,
that
only
it
one of
seemed
them.
out?
No.
Mine plus
They
another, all the rest need
originally,
They all
more.
need to
thought
be-
they were only gonna be on the landfill.
We need 2,
And I
so.
think when they realized that there was the opportunity to be off the landfill, they felt that was more feasible. The landfill it is partly the slope, but, you know, putting solar on landfill is a lot of additional considerations, because you can't pierce that cap. So rather than just being able to put poles in the ground, or however you're gonna mount them, you actually have to put them in stanchions that have to be created and put on the landfill that are made of concrete. So again, that would probably be a bigger expense, and so I think that once they felt they could consider
More carbon.
being off the landfill, they wanted
Concrete, a lot of
to
CO2.
probably
That's a
reduce
good
that
point.
expense.
Right. I'm confused how it became off the landfill as an option, because that wasn't a board decision.
No, and I think as Ted said, we wanted to explore what was gonna work best from the solar perspective. And we wanted to see how we could best reach 5 megawatts.
Right.
And we did push them towards reducing their footprint as much as possible while also meeting that 5 megawatt capacity.
Yeah, I mean, if it's not, I mean, if you shrink the size too much, economically, it doesn't work. They can't afford the interconnection fee. So I was originally opposed to going off the landfill as well, but my understanding is that they have to get up to that threshold to make it economically viable.
But their first bid was only on the landfill.
And I think that was-
HESP was only on the landfill.
That's what I'm talking about.
Yes, and
Yes, HESP was only on
and
the
it was
landfill.
consuming, I think it proposed 14 of the 14 point some odd acres of the landfill. And
Was it economically viable?
But it wasn't consistent
it-
with what EPA had told us and what the other developers were telling us was feasible. So we felt that they had overestimated what they could put on the landfill.
And so the concern is that they were being overly optimistic to get their foot in the door and get the bid, and then they get out there and it's like, well, we were hoping for 14.4, but it's going to be 4.
But did anyone approach them about the difference, the fact that it was so much higher than what the EPA suggests is appropriate for their, feasible there?
I'm looking at you like I'm
Yeah,
wondering.
not that question in particular, but as Carol was saying, they did talk during our confirmation process that during the first round, they misunderstood the questions, even though they were quite clear, there was an addendum, that they thought they were restricted to the landfill. And when they provided that feedback, and it's in there, they said, thought we'd be pleased for the opportunity to propose additional capacity using areas
Well,
of.
I guess my concern is, of course they would, because that's how they make
Cheaper.
their money. My concern is that we're addressing climate change by cutting down 16 acres of healthy forest. And, that's a tough, I could cut down, I live in a beautiful place where it goes up on the ridge, and I can say, hey, let me cut down 20 acres of that. That wouldn't go over so well.
No, it wouldn't.
But someone could, to put a
Yeah.
solar farm up.
Yeah, anybody
And
could
this-
do that.
this means they're
And
less likely
That's
to.
the example that I start to worry about, that we're actually making, is that we're making a trade between cutting down healthy forest so we can address
So-
climate change.
I appreciate that concern, but I also think that the landfill site is a industrial site. Its wildlife and habitat values are compromised by what's going on there in terms of traffic and noise and odor and pollution and, the list goes on. So it seems to me like when you have a choice across the community of where you're gonna put something, it makes a lot of sense to put it at the landfill, even if you use some acres of second growth forest. And there are very few places where there's no impact. There's impact on agricultural land and agricultural soils. When you go to agricultural land, generally what people want to do is push it into the second growth forests that are at the farm. So you run into it almost everywhere you go, there's going to be an impact.
Yeah, I have some ideas around that, but Dan sounded like Dan wanted to make a comment.
Yeah, I hope this doesn't come across as rude, but the world is literally on fire, and I understand how it can even come across as hypocritical to do what we're doing, but the reality is I really appreciate the work you guys have done on this project and how you've explained this, but the impact that we're looking at from taking down the second growth forest, we're going to offset in a pretty quick period of time. And I think that's a really critical piece of information here. I'm all about having maybe alternative ideas to this, but I think that at least how I view our role in this is how can we maximize this to its fullest with the least amount of impact possible. And I think that you've outlined that this is a very minimal impact that certainly recoups itself both financially and environmentally. And I really do want to see, just speaking personally, I'm all about hearing other ideas from colleagues, but this is something that I fully support, and I'd really like to see us move forward with as soon as possible. If we can't do this in New Paltz, and if we can't have this be a quick process, I really have a hard time believing that other communities are able to do this. So I understand we have to have a thorough process, we have to look at this deeply, but I do just want to note that this is a serious thing in serious times, and there are trade-offs, and in this instance, the trade-off, I think, is reasonable and is recouped in a pretty quick period of time. And I think that's a really important point that I just wanted to reiterate.
So I do have some ideas I'd like to explore and just throw them out as possibilities. It occurs to me that we have nonprofit land conservancies and things like that, utilizing, not utilizing, but in residence in New Paltz. And I'm wondering, like, on some of those sites, is it possible to approach some of them and, on like a private-public partnership and site some solar arrays in places where they really look good, which is where everyone can see them, actually.
So that's a great point, and I actually spent quite a lot of time working with land trusts on that very question. So the issue there is that when OSI or the Warfield Valley Land Trust protects land, sometimes they buy it, but as you know, they usually protect it with a conservation easement. And a conservation easement is in perpetuity, and it is designed to protect the land from development. So most of those conservation easements that we enjoy around New Paltz were written before anybody was thinking about solar. So those lands really can't be, those conservation easements can't be broken in order to accommodate solar. What land trusts are doing now is looking at either where they own the land or land they will protect in the future, how they can accommodate solar. So those are good initiatives, and it's good thinking to be thinking about that. The difference between that and this is that this is land that's owned by the municipality and is available now. And this is some people hate the word efficiency and some people hate expediency, but there's an element of expediency here that I think is valuable. And I wouldn't want to discard that too easily. And I think that the land trusts should be pushed to think about that. But setting that in motion will take, years.
I'm afraid the secret process for approving this is going to take years.
Well, there is a secret process that would have to apply to this. DEC has recently amended seeker so that seeker doesn't have to be applied to the portion that's on the landfill.
I would imagine not.
Right, that's a new amendment to seeker. For the portion that's off the landfill, that would definitely be subject to seeker because anything over 10 acres of disturbance is subject to seeker.
And what do you foresee as, that sounds like a full environmental impact study to me, in my limited experience.
I wouldn't think so.
Nope.
I wouldn't think so, but, I can't predict that 100%.
In the way the town, since it's a municipal project, do you want to explain how that is handled with seeker?
Same way.
Well, it's the same way. I mean, all the rules apply.
See, the town becomes in this transaction a landlord. It's leasing land to a company, and with the pre-understanding of what's going to be done on that land. But once the landlord has entered into the lease contract, then it's up to the tenant, Sol Systems in this scenario, to take that project and get all of its necessary permits and approvals, whether it's building a solar system or a warehouse or an office building.
So they're used to going through these.
Us being
Yes.
the land
Taking photos
owner
down and-
doesn't
Yes.
make a difference.
Solar developers, they love farmland because it's flat and it's generally open and the issues of trees don't come in. But you're now taking prime soils, agricultural soils, and you're covering them over with solar panels, so they're no longer for the duration of them being used for that purpose.
If they're not going to be agricultural soils anyway, and they're largely grasslands and things like that, they seem perfectly
There's a lot of
suited
that.
to this kind of thing. I mean, I think River to Ridge, and like, wow, it would be incredible. Some of those neighbors who have all that, light pollution coming onto the River to Ridge Trail, it'd be great to bring a nice solar array right in front of their homes.
So, I personally think that there would be a tremendous pushback in the community to having solar arrays in that iconic landscape.
I'd get my pitchfork out.
Yeah, I think many of us would.
And also, I'll just tell you that
put a
in
gate
terms
out
of
there.
significant habitat types in the Hudson Valley, grasslands is like the
Top.
top of the list in terms of endangered landscape types and the birds they support. So it's just another consideration.
What is the recommendation at this point from you guys on what you think would be the next appropriate action from the town board?
Is it possible we can keep discussing and debating though before going there?
Sure,
Can we hold
I'm
off on that question?
Well, I think it's fair to understand at this point too, because I think we should continue to have the conversation, but I also want to just know what the expectation is on your part and relative to a timeline as well.
As Marty was indicating before, where we're at right now is we're
Yep.
operating under the 3 items that were passed on 19.
Yep, yep.
The third item about the attorney is on, we'll call it respectful hold.
Mhm.
David requested that at our last meeting, and I assured David that we wouldn't take any, and reach out to Joe until we had a further clarification.
But we have had a couple of meetings. We've had several discussions with Soul Systems. Soul Systems is interested in coming to New Paltz meeting, seeing the site with their engineers and the more rank and file folks to start exploring these issues more in more detail. We continue to work through the lease agreement. Our goal is to present to this board a finalized lease agreement that has all these details in a finalized format. Some of these questions that we talked about would need to be part of those.
Yep.
So what we're looking for tonight in the recommendation is that we're allowed to continue working under that September 19th
Correct.
Decision.
Thank you.
I think from a legal perspective, unless there was a motion made, seconded, and approved to rescind those actions, that the board has taken an action. And it would certainly be nice if the board could say, please, thank you for your presentations, and let's move forward. And that could be a motion to do that, or just nobody taking an action to undo what's already been done.
If I might, may I present some more, ideas related to the debate? Before
Well, I
we
think we'll
continue with
probably
that?
all have different perspectives on this.
Yeah,
I would like to see
but
us move forward.
I think we can still, we can continue to debate it as a board, in parallel to, I think, the committee continuing to negotiate with Soul Systems, right? None of the doors are closed either way.
Well, I think there's an issue with doing that, and I think it's a matter of fairness and equity. On the one hand, we are then saying to Soul Systems, please come in and invest your time and your money and send your people here at their expense. And maybe we will, or maybe we won't eventually accept your proposal. There's no reasonable expectation on their part. On the other hand, they've made a proposal, and we've said, try to negotiate a lease that's along the lines of their proposal. That's reasonable to Soul Systems. The second is, we've asked Walden Engineering to assume a role on a speculative basis to act as our agent to negotiate this lease. If we let them continue to do that, but then someplace in the future before that lease is presented to us, we change our direction and say, oh, we don't want to cut down trees, well, now that's not fair to Walden Engineering because they're doing it speculatively. So I think we have to say either we want to do it now or we don't want to do it now.
But in a perfect world, if you could negotiate freely, how soon could you get that lease to us?
Our goal is to get it to you by the last meeting in November, or the first meeting in December.
Yeah.
Town board.
December 5th was one I think that's
Yeah.
our first
I mean,
meeting.
I agree with Marty. I think you should want the green light. You should want a green light to either go forward or hold on. We're not done talking about it.
does it have to be-
I think we feel like we moved too quickly. It was.
Right.
We weren't really ready to. We didn't receive this. This is a lot of great information. I really appreciate all the preparation that you've taken to explain this fully. We were severely rushed
Right.
through
It
a
was not
presentation.
great
It wasn't an
situation.
ideal way to start. So I just want to respect that we've started again. That's the way I look at it, is we've started again, and that you should be looking for, even though we did move and we voted, I would like to see it green lighted or halted at this meeting.
I'm even more sure of it now after seeing this presentation. And, you know, every project will have trade-offs. Doesn't matter where it is. Even if it were, you know, if you were putting it on a parking lot, suddenly then we don't have parking and we need to put parking somewhere else, right?
I'm just afraid, Neil, I'm just afraid that what we're doing here is we're looking to maximize wattage and dollars and not balancing that with what, well, you know, the cost of what that costs to get there. It's like what, you know, that's
But
the
I-
problem.
It's not
That's why the world is burning.
No, but I don't.
Because that is what we are prioritizing over and over and over again.
I think if you were to put it in open grasslands, there's more of an impact from an ecosystem standpoint than forest,
Because.
right? Because
It's better
grasslands
habitat.
are a rarer habitat in the Hudson Valley. Forests, can't swing a cat without hitting a forest, right? It's all abandoned farmland, right? So there's forests everywhere, right? And especially on lousy, you know, upland soils that, you know, this used to be grassland. We're restoring this to what it was 60 years ago, right? That's, I mean, I wanted to be on the landfill before, but, you know, when you look at the bigger picture and you step back and you say, well, if you had to pick a forest and a location to put this project in, I can't think of a better site than this.
How big would we make it if we could?
I don't think you can't make it bigger than 5.
That's it.
It's the limit.
But I think
What's
it's
the limit?
You want, no, no, let me say something. That is not the limit. We have 189 acres.
Yeah, so
I'm not
why don't we
advocating
just
this,
put the
David.
solar everywhere?
If you put solar everywhere, because there's a transmission line running through the property, and solely because there's a transmission line running through the property, the developer could put in a substation and connect to the transmission line if they could get an interconnection agreement. So you could put in probably up to a 20 megawatt project on, but you don't want to, because now you're going to get into habitat. If you went back to the slide where we were showing where the AMP
Wetlands
proposal was, it was also using the land that's up on the upper left-hand corner adjacent to the thruway. And that's the best habitat that's there. I don't know if this will show it.
Ingrid just provided a draft final report of our critical environmental areas.
Yes.
And the area that we're cutting down is in that area.
No, it's not. It's
It is in
excluded.
that area.
No, it's excluded
It
from
is.
It is in that area. And I confirmed that with Ingrid today, because she was going back and forth, and I said, you know, no pressure, but we would love to hear from you on this. And she said, okay, this is a critical environmental area.
Right, so I was at the meeting last night where we discussed that,
Okay.
and there was discussion about cutting this out of the critical
Yeah.
environmental area, and I advised that they not do that. I think it should all
So I'd love to
be
hear your opinion.
gone. It's much better to think of the critical environmental area as a large area, but also understand, and perhaps you already know this, that the critical environmental area isn't intended to prevent development of all
Yes,
different kinds.
I understand.
It is in place to
Make us
trigger
look a little
hard
careful.
look,
Yep.
right? And I think this is an example of where we've done a hard look and evaluated the activities that are going on there, the habitat values. We've tried to shrink it to the place on the site where it will have the lowest impact. And that's exactly what the intention of the CEA is in these very large areas that
Yeah.
have been designated.
And is Soul Systems responsible for dealing with the secret issues
Mhm.
around this and getting it through? And
Well,
if
we
there's a
would be
significant
working with
uproar?
them, but yes, it's their responsibility to get the permits. And they know that they would have to adhere to the wetlands laws and the other things that are in place here in the parks to protect those resources. So I don't see this, I mean, I'm in favor of the CEAs. I don't have a vote, but I'm in favor of it. I think it's a big, New Paltz has taken a really bold step with their CEAs. They're bigger than the CEAs of any other community in New York State. I think it's fantastic.
Yeah.
But it's not there to stop things, it's
Yeah.
there to make sure that you take a hard look.
Thank
But
you
the
for
the
reminding me.
ENCB and CWASP have endorsed this project.
Yes,
Yes.
We have letters from both of them.
yes.
As proposed,
Yeah.
as Soul Systems proposal?
I didn't know that.
I didn't know that.
They were sent to the board.
When?
Today. Well, I don't know if ENCB's was, but CWASP's
Yeah, I
was.
didn't see those, I'm sorry.
So
No, we did
ENCB
our part of the
endorsed,
packet.
like they all voted and endorsed the project?
The propo-
At the meeting
proposed.
last night.
Well, CWASP did it at their meeting last week, and they
Well,
sent the
I
letter.
just wish we weren't having to say yes or no. So like, that's
Actually-
my only problem.
Right.
That's my
Eventually
big
have to.
problem. We are
Someplace
be-
you gotta
we've been
fish or
asked-
cut bait.
Well, that's not really, it doesn't have to be that way, though. That's sort of like an excuse.
No,
We really
the
were
excuse is
given.
to delay it.
We were given, this is not a lot of time, Marty. This has not been a lot of time
Well,
for us
the-
to
the
consider.
town
Can
board
I
has
talk,
been
though?
aware of
is-
this
I've been waiting
project
for a
from the
chance to
beginning.
talk.
All right, let's.
No, actually, it was
wait,
solar
wait,
on
wait,
the
wait,
landfill.
wait,
I
wait,
remember
let's-
this
let's-
being called solar on the landfill.
Yes.
So
Now
I
it's
don't,
being called
yeah, I don't
solar
really
at the
want to get into a
landfill.
heated discussion,
No,
but I'd
right.
love to be able to talk.
Right.
Yeah,
Is that
well,
okay?
let's keep
Is that a
talking,
good chance?
okay?
Yes.
Yeah.
So I've been, wanting to say something. This is a rush. I don't feel like we've been given a lot of time to consider this. The public has not been given a lot of time to consider it. And, in terms of this, there is another side. There are people like me, and I'll just speak for, I think there is a great impact on the habitat. I've considered it a great deal. I've gone to and I'm just looking for ways we can shrink the impact at that spot that people are calling, second growth forest. Sure, it is, but it's also,
Everything's
it's very close to a mature forest. And just, I've been studying this for a while, for years. It matters a lot to me. I looked up, what is a mature forest? So, would you agree it's 80 years, about 80, it's been a forest that has been growing for about 80 years.
I think it depends on where you are, but.
Yeah, okay. So, and we're at about 60, as you said, right? We're at about 60. So once it goes through being a mature forest, it's mature, it's providing food for animals, right? The oaks, it's full of oaks and it's full of hickory. It has some hickories
Yep.
and the pines. And so it is on its way to becoming an old growth forest, which the subtrees will die and provide a great deal of habitat for animals that live in dead trees. So when I look at that forest, it is not a shabby place. It is close to a place that's disturbed and disruptive, loud, or at times. But I think when the animals are moving through, it's quiet. They're
Right, so-
mostly crepuscular. So, and, so there is an impact. So I just do take some issue. I just wanted to say, I wanted to speak for that side of the debate, that it's not, we shouldn't be talking about it as something that is throwaway, throw your cat at it.
I didn't say that. We're saying it.
I'm trying to make light of it. I just wanted to be able to say that. And when I looked at your report, it did not really have the other side. It sort of, it spoke of it as, yes, it's a step, you mentioned it's a stepping stone habitat, but you didn't talk about the value of a stepping stone habitat. Thank you for talking about it tonight. But I feel like our board hasn't had a whole lot of time to consider the value of it and to consider other options. So that's why I would rather not vote tonight to just say yes to exactly what, has been proposed. I'd like to see us move toward, just what else can they do? How can they maximize? Why aren't they maximizing the landfill
Well,
the way another
two thoughts occur to me based on what you're saying. And one is that it's important, I think, to think about the scale. And the area that would be impacted is really relatively small. So all those values you talk about, yes.
Do we know
those
how many
values are there.
animals that impacts? I mean, some people think of these things,
Right.
forgive me.
Right, it's
You know,
okay. I'm just saying, though, that the scale
I
of
don't
this
think I'm
patch
alone.
of forest is, in relative to what's around it, is quite small. And the animals.
And it's part of it, and when you cut it,
The animals that use it are animals that are very adaptable. So.
but they need the forest, they need the things the forest provides though, and that is a place that provides a lot.
Okay, so that's my response to the forest piece. To the other piece, in terms of working with the company to try and minimize the impacts, I actually think that when they come and look at the site, what they're gonna be able to work with is actually smaller than what they've proposed.
I think so,
that's
too.
what's gonna happen because of the natural features that are there. And I'm not talking about the forest per se, but the natural features in terms of the topography and the wetlands around it. So let's explore that. Let's see where that takes us.
How would that affect, if they are taking over less land, they would be giving us less rent, or at least, money for rent,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
So,
Yeah,
my
but-
understanding is that they were the best, the top choice because they gave the most rent. So how would that, like, if we're looking at, shouldn't we know? I mean, if they're, it seems like they could give us a better estimate of what the acreage is, and
I
then we'd
think-
know the best
I
estimate
think-
of what their rent
I
would
think
be, and then we
that's
can
gonna-
compare it.
I think that's gonna come out as the negotiations go on and as we look more closely at the landfill.
I'd rather know now so we can look at it really realistically with
But
Hess.
we
If we're saying
won't,
Hess,
we can't know that unless we tell them to continue to negotiate.
Right,
That's,
exactly.
that's,
That's
we're,
what I'm
we're,
trying
we're
to
in
get
this
to.
like
Okay,
catch
that-
22.
If that's the case, then I guess that's where we are.
I think
Okay.
that's where we are, is that as we ground truth things, we're gonna have a much better sense. And I do think I don't think it's gonna be half the size, but I think it's gonna be smaller because of the topography and the wetlands.
Well,
So-
it's us that decide that. It's us that decide
Yes,
that, not
yeah,
them.
Yes.
That's really key, is like, when they find out, no, we can decide, make those decisions. And I'd like to hear more of what Julie's asking for, I think, is more of that balanced view of this. And I understand
Right.
where you're coming from too, is like that we can say, hey, let's not trade everything for the dollar. Let's.
We're not, like, we're not trading everything for the dollar.
Well,
But no matter what we do, some animals will die.
No, there's no doubt
Right,
about it.
and-
Neil,
and
but if we're
trees
talking about how do we
will die.
maximize the dollar within 20 acres,
but
and
I-
say,
we're-
give us as much as you possibly
but I-
can within 20 acres.
but I think
it's like,
we're-
are we prioritizing the right thing?
We asked them to maximize what they could on the landfill, right? And I think the one company was probably overly optimistic, and I think we were even told that by
Yeah.
maybe NYSERDA, if I remember right.
But that wasn't one of the criteria for whether they get the bid, whether
Yeah,
they
so
get
I-
a contract
but
or
I mean,
not.
but
It
I
wasn't.
also, I think,
That was
we're
just
not-
us applying common sense.
we're,
That's what that
we're
was.
also, we are trying
In terms of
to,
how they saw it.
my criteria is I want to maximize the solar output from this site. Some animals will die, some trees will die. If we do not do this, people are going to die. Not tomorrow, not next week, but, there's a reason the governor has a goal of 70% by 2030.
Is it
Because
possible?
people are going to die.
Is it possible that someone else could make up that if we max out that 5 megawatt on that line, no one else can do anything there, right, in that area? And how, I don't know, because I didn't get this information, but how big of an area is it that we're talking about?
It
So,
has to do with actual physical proximity to the
yeah,
line.
I know, so there's people in an area, is this true? I mean, I'm
And so
learning.
but if we don't do it, someone else will.
Is there people in the area that can't do it?
And they
I'm not
may
sure they
not,
will.
they may
Because
not.
we maxed it out.
Right, so if
Right.
we don't put this solar here, other people will, and they may not care as much about the habitat as we do. They may say, fine, cut it all
But they'd
down.
probably do a much smaller one, and it would be a smaller impact.
We don't know that. I think every single person will try to maximize, the other
I don't know how they knit together the
property
land.
owners will probably try to maximize the dollar output more than I think, they would not even consider this as much, I think, with the report that Kara gave us.
One of the.
If I could interject, the process that we're talking about, that brings about at its end, a lease agreement, if it's finalized, that process lends itself to input like this. And when you were saying before, that it's a town decision, part of what we're doing tonight, and I'm listening, Kara's listening, and is to help us mold that leasing. And some of the questions that we've already asked is, what is the unit cost for the installation on the landfill? What's the unit cost for the installations in the forested areas? Can you put solar panels underneath the transmission lines? Is the landfill and the recycling center, are they okay with some of those staging areas being used for solar panels rather than staging areas? We're collecting all the information
Yep.
to help us go forward. The bidding process, this is where the big difference is. We're not building a wastewater treatment plant to where we design it first and then bid it out and then construct it per those plans. What we're doing is we're getting commitments, we're getting estimates, but then putting together a partnership with that leasing that has the criteria that we're talking about, has all those bells and whistles, and that's why we need the attorneys too, so that the final product is something that the community is okay with, the board that's okay with. What I'm hearing tonight is what we've heard so far also, and that is we're going to look for common sense ways. We're going to look for ways that we can adjust the design that's been put forth so far. When they come out to see the site, when they come around to poke around and get the survey crews, we're going to be looking for those opportunities to minimize the impact within some criteria that you guys are establishing, that you're giving us as feedback as we go along. We're not operating a vacuum, we're listening. But if anything, we need the ability to move forward with the process with that confidence that Soul Systems and everyone else can operate to get there.
My question to the fellow board members, would you be comfortable with cutting down any trees?
Yep.
Yep.
Yeah.
So I wanted to say though, it would be we'd have to trust them to be willing to bend a little, accommodate us at that point though.
No.
Whereas if they are not, if they're still thinking they may not get,
Well,
I
there might be a breaking point for them, but I think there's a lot of room between
Yes.
between here and the breaking point. I think there's a lot of room to negotiate on all kinds of things, including
Maximizing the landfill.
Right.
Maximize, even if it's not
Yeah,
as
yeah.
cost efficient, because
Yeah.
this one is not perfectly arrayed in the southern hemisphere, it could be like, hey, but we're gonna use that one, we're gonna put it there anyway, instead of,
Right.
and say, please, one thing,
That's-
criteria we didn't use was maximize the landfill. Maximize the landfill,
Right,
not
that's what I-
maximize that you can use up to 20, and they were like, yeah, we'll only use 4 of this because we got better space over here to do it. It's like, well, I don't really love that
Right.
criteria.
Right.
Now that you're picking someone, you can say, now work with us.
Right.
We may take a lower lease payment if you can maximize the landfill, and you'll talk to us about what the trade-offs are there.
And that's the difference between the RFP process and how the contract negotiation.
I'm much more interested in making sure that we're leading that process,
Right.
not they're telling us this is the most efficient use of,
Right.
this is how few.
But we had to hear from them.
No, I understand.
What was feasible.
I understand the process. I'm a little, the criteria felt like the dollars and the megawatts were the ultimate criteria,
could
and not
we-
how do we maximize the landfill.
As we move forward, could we say, okay, we have this one proposal for 4 and 16 acres. Could you give us the same proposal for 8 and 8 acres?
I think what I'm building.
Or not 8,
12.
8 and 12, yeah.
We know you can add.
Not really, actually.
The ability to get to 5, it's a criteria that we're in place, and what I'm building, and it's not there yet because we're still collecting information, is a matrix, an ability to say, okay, look, if we adjust it this way and that way, what are the, what's the pushback on output, 5 acres or 5 megawatts or not? What's the impact to lease proceeds? What's the impact to number of trees or areas, or what can we do with those mitigation efforts? I mean, all those play into it. But I talked about the 2 unit costs before. When we're able to have Soul Systems here on the ground and see and have their engineers, their staff engineers get more involved, because they've been involved so far as part of the process, but get more involved, then we're going to get the unit cost on it. And the 2 unit costs that are key to me is what's the unit cost on the landfill, what's the unit cost on the wooded area, and that within the landfill, what is it when it's approaching some of these higher slope areas or not.
Yeah.
Southern areas like you were talking about before. With that information, we can start to right-size this to an area that will still have impacts. And I don't anticipate a project if we're gonna shoot for 5 megawatts, something like that, that's gonna not have impact, but we can minimize those impacts and mitigate those efforts in a way that become worthwhile.
The people that you're working with, do you feel like they're the kind of people who would listen to that and try to accommodate us?
Soul systems, yes.
We
But-
got
but I
good
also
feedback
think-
on them from NYSERDA, and
That's good.
I've worked with a lot of solar developers, and they really want to please. They really do, because they're trying to build an industry, and they're not going to succeed if everybody's just mad at them. They're just not going to, so. So, I just want to say that I'm happy we're having this conversation, and I don't want us to feel like it's them versus us or
Not
us
at
versus
all.
them. I mean, we're trying to solve a problem here, and we're trying to create something positive for the community. You know, we are not cold-blooded developers, we're
We
community
know that.
members, we're trying to make something work.
We know that. for sure.
Yeah, and yeah, so just bringing in some of those other issues, I think that's what we're saying most of all is like, I'm not stuck on 5 megawatts if it's like ultimately we're maximizing more of the landfill and less of the forest, like where are those trade-offs, and let's not get too stuck on other limits. Let's look at the trade-offs and make good decisions together.
So to get us where we can make those decisions based on the trade-offs, do you need a resolution from us to keep moving forward? Or can you just continue with what was
Well, I
already
think
done?
there's probably a couple of approaches. One would be, I think I can reasonably say there's 2 out of 5 of us that have some objections that are stronger than the others of us. Those folks could make resolutions to rescind any 1, 2, or 3 of the resolutions we already approved, and they could be voted on up or down. Otherwise, one of us, maybe me, would make a resolution to affirm the 3 resolutions that we have already approved and ask for an up or down vote. And you know, we work as a democracy by the majority. And sometimes I've been in the minority and wished I could have gotten my way, and other times not. But I think, aren't those kind of the 2 approaches?
That sounds right.
I'm not going to make a resolution, so.
Yeah, so I guess if we, as we move forward, hopefully we can get to a point where we have a discussion about the different trade-offs, and we can work with the Soul Systems to, you know, put this at a right size where a majority of the board can be happy.
Well, I think we can
And-
do
and-
that. Let's put us on, because of the timeline, considering the December 5th meeting, so that's the 3rd meeting from now. Then in order to do what you're saying, which I think is reasonable, we should be on each agenda for the next 2 meetings,
That's what I
so
was
that
gonna
on.
say, you're gonna get what you wished for, because you're gonna have to hear more about it.
Well,
think
but
about
if
it.
that's what the
Wait.
sentiment of the board is, we can do that, then, because you can't wait till the 3rd meeting from now when we present something to sign and then have to go through it. You
Well,
gotta do it
that's in a sense,
incrementally.
I don't want to, you know, we have also a lot of work on the board. I think what has happened here in some way is, at least in my memory, and I won't speak for my fellow councilwoman, but I would say that I feel like solar on the landfill became solar at the landfill without too much information about that that's where we were going. And I don't want that to happen again, in that here's where we're negotiating, you know, we're negotiating something that the board is not in general favor of, and I feel like that's how we got to some of this disagreement, so I want to just remind us to stay in contact on what we're starting to negotiate and what we're starting to talk to them about, so that you're going to have a vote that's going to, you know, be all good when you're ready to sign a contract, because we are going to have to vote. I'm correct in saying that we're going to have to vote on that contract. Is that right, Neil? We
Yeah.
will have to vote on that contract, not
Yeah.
just approving the administrative.
Yeah, so
And
there's
David,
multiple.
So I would like to make-
David, I am the
like to-
culprit at that, from on to at. I'm the culprit. Because early on, when we identified the opportunity to do more than just on the cap landfill, I came to Neil and I said, that's going to require cutting trees, Neil. I'm okay with cutting trees because they're a renewable resource. Neil concurred with that. And
I have a
that
forestry,
was
I have a
the
forestry
extent.
degree. I've worked as a logger.
Right. So,
Yes.
but to answer, you know, why
Bring your
did we,
certificate.
why did we get here? I'm the culprit. That's how it came from on to at.
So I think that what I'm hearing is a really good solution, that we're having this conversation. We're going to prioritize this to be on each of our agendas going forward to continue that conversation.
An update on where the negotiations are going.
And I don't think I'm hearing, and correct me if I'm wrong, a real movement to have you guys stop that work. So with that being said, I'm going to make a motion and I don't know however we want to phrase this, but essentially to reaffirm our previous votes that we had and ask you to continue to continue to negotiate and then bring us updates as, you feel we need to be updated.
I'll second that for discussion.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
I would like to abstain. I think that's an option.
Mhm.
Yeah,
It's an option.
All right.
technically, no, but
I'll
we could do it.
What's that?
I'll
Is
approve
it
that
not?
motion.
All right. Keep us in the loop.
All right.
Is it not?
Technically,
Thank you
don't have a
really
conflict of
for
interest.
all your hard work.
Well, that's
on
why
this.
I'm wondering.
Really
We have
exciting.
That way.
We have worked pretty hard.
Yeah. Thank you so
Look
much.
at
And there's a third one of
Please,
them.
please
just that
don't
the-
take the conversation and,
No,
as anything but making sure we're doing the right thing.
Yeah, no, questions are good, and thank you for your patience and interest in listening.
And there's a third person who really was a part of their team.
Yes.
And that's
Janelle.
Janelle, and she couldn't be here tonight, but the thanks should be to her too.
Maybe she's watching the Yankee game and can send us a score.
Oh, yeah. I should have done that one.
And please, if you think of something, shoot us an email, because that way we can address it and not wait for a meeting.
Thank you.
Right?
Thanks, Karen.
Yeah.
All right, Matt. Can we get
David.
Matt, bring the slideshow up.
David. 1-0.
Huh? Is it Yankees?
Yankees winning?
I got World Series tickets in advance.
Hey
guys.
What
Did
inning?
it go out there?
I'm sorry to was delayed. You might even know.
I'm sorry, what?
Do you
How
know
did it
what
go out
inning
there?
it is?
Oh, good. It was somebody tripped and fell on the sidewalk, but don't worry, it's the village sidewalk, not the town.
It's not the sidewalk we haven't repaired yet, right? No, just-
I don't know.
Did you drag him over to the village?
We
Put 'em on the village.
we dragged him over to Vassar, so.
Wow.
Wow, they must have tripped.
You're in the right place. Response time was,
Yeah. Well, and actually, we didn't see her right away. And I heard this little place. Oh, right here.
Oh, God.
oh my goodness.
I already saw this.
Yeah, so
what
just
would be
real
the
quick,
outcome for this?
I actually had this conversation and gave this presentation to Neil to get the conversation started before I came to the rest of you. I'm gonna skip through some stuff because you've already had a long night, and the bottom line is that I need to ask for an increase of our contract. So I'm gonna give you the why, a reminder who we are, what we do, what we've been doing, and really.
Sounds good.
I wonder if that was a problem before.
I bet it was. So,
You guys take the
Nice.
beauty off of the buildings?
I'm gonna skip right through the table of contents because I'm gonna move right along. So just a brief overview of who we are. In 1973, we were founded by a group of like-minded citizens who realized that the actual town doctor was able to do a lot less than he could. So they got together, started the New Paltz Rescue Squad with just a few volunteers. In 1987, we went to an ALS level where we had our first level paramedics, advanced life support. They were all volunteers. And then throughout the years, we've gone from all volunteer to partially paid to now you have a mix of paid and volunteer, full 24/7, 2 paramedic crews, and even like just now, that was a third call in our district. We were able to muster a third crew through the volunteers. So there's always a lot of misconceptions about what we do. People call it ambulance, they expect they're gonna get one, but they don't really realize what we're doing. So we really bring the emergency room to your door. We carry 60 different life-saving medications. We use state-of-the-art cardiac monitoring. We can do respiratory monitoring, we can intubate you, we can even replace surgical airways. Deliver your child, and the best part is, we train to do this upside down in the ditch in the snow. Worst case scenario situations. So, in New Paltz is,
We should also remind people, that's advanced life support.
right,
Most of the towns around us have basic life
at
support.
best.
right?
Yep.
And see what I'm learning on this job?
Nice job.
But I think that needs to be highlighted.
Yeah, absolutely. You get advanced life support to the point where the other towns are calling us when the other towns are unavailable. Just last night, some of you know, I'm the Gardner chief. Mobile Life was unavailable. We had a patient in respiratory distress that needed to be intubated. New Paltz came, and my paramedic was able to paralyze, intubate, and probably save that gentleman's life.
Even most ALS services can't do that.
Yeah, that's farther along my slideshow. So New Paltz knows, volunteerism is down, there's a major problem. You guys know your boards are having trouble. There was a big thing at SUNY, or a discussion about it. I don't have to tell you that, so we'll skip right through that. But at New Paltz, we still have a small core of dedicated volunteers. A couple of them are here tonight. They're great, they help us, but we can't rely on them anymore. We can't get the ambulance out of the door 24/7 with 2 crews relying on a volunteer to be there. So we schedule 2.5 crews, each with a paid paramedic, an EMT, sometimes a volunteer, or sometimes a driver. At a minimum, our crews are made up of a paramedic and a driver. Out of 28 shifts a week, we currently are scheduling, we're struggling to fill 10, we're averaging about 9 volunteer shifts a week. We do our schedule minimum of 30 days in advance. That allows us to make sure you guys aren't going to go with an ambulance. We're not going to have an issue where we fall short. But last year we were budgeted for 19 and couldn't fill it. This year I budgeted us for 10. We're doing our best to get close to filling it, but it's just becoming impossible to rely on the volunteers to get the ambulance out the door. They're still an asset. They still have a place. It's just not completing the crew anymore.
For 2 ambulances, always
Yes.
ready.
Yes. So I'm sure you guys are going to ask, well, what have you done about it? Well, we've done volunteer drives. They take a lot of time, a lot of investment, and we end up with a couple of members. Sometimes they work out. I'd say 1 in 3, 1 in 5 work out, stay decent term, and then they move on, or they just decided it wasn't for them. SUNY students, we've got a whole bunch of them. We love them. But the problem with SUNY students is they go home for breaks, and then when they graduate, they move on to bigger and better things. Now, that's great for us because we have some people that we've fostered that are now doctors at Vassar Hospital who started as a volunteer at New Paltz Rescue when they were going to SUNY, which is great for us to say, but it doesn't solve our getting the ambulance out the door, which is my biggest concern. Incentives, we do all the training. We cover in-house recertification for anybody that does have a certification. And then our bunk room, we've got some nice stuff. We've got private bunk rooms, full kitchen, laundry, and fast Wi-Fi so they can Netflix and all that kind of stuff. And then we're actively involving ourselves in trying to get into grants. There's some federal money out there available, but as you guys know, that's not going to do operations. That's going to be, okay, we'll buy you an ambulance, we'll buy you this. That's not going to solve my problems now. It'll be more long-term. So funding, just to recap, some of you may not even know, we get most of our funding from revenue recovery. This is where we bill the patient. That sounds wonderful, and we do get our majority of our budget from that. However, due to insurances, we get less and less, and now our payments are getting farther and farther apart because they've passed something where now insurances are bundling their payments. So it's great because we get a big check, but in a small operation like ours, where we may operate month to month, waiting for a big check from Medicare or MVP or whoever, makes things tough on us. As well as the fact that a Medicaid rate is, we bill $1,200 for a call, we're only getting a $200 return on a Medicaid call. And for example, a place in the town, New Paltz Center, majority of those patients are Medicaid. We do a lot of calls there. And the other thing is we can only bill for certain services. We do 40% of our volume's gone up to 40% of RMAs, or refuses medical attention. We can't bill for them. There's very few we can bill for. Car accidents, we can bill the car insurance if we follow a very stringent amount of steps that my assistant chief has had to print out a form for our crews to follow, so that we're doing that, because you need 3 signatures, insurance info, but when we do bill that, they pay 100% of the time. And then certain RMAs, like if we were to wake up a diabetic from a diabetic coma, and they refuse to go with us, we can technically bill because we utilize the medication. And over the past year, we've had to dip into our ambulance replacement funds to cover our shortfalls. All right, last year we responded to 562 calls. 98.9% of them we covered ourselves. That is higher than any agency in this region. And the ones that we dropped were typically third, fourth, fifth, or sixth calls in the district. We don't drop first, second calls, and it's rare that we drop a third call. That call we just had out there was a third call in the district. Both my crews were already taking care of people, and that they tripped on the sidewalk, creating a third call in the district. So far in 2019, when I created this slide, it was 1875. I looked earlier, is we're about 1940 so far this year. Turnaround times, towns are waiting upwards of 30 and 40 minutes for an ambulance around here. I've even personally called Ulster 911 to say, I specifically remember the situation, there was a patient in Kerhonkson that had fallen and needed lifting assistance, just lifting assistance. They had gone 3 dispatches for multiple agencies. Dispatches are 5 to 8 minutes apart depending on the agency, typically 5. And we were well into 45 minutes of this person being on the floor just needing somebody to pick him up. I called the county and said, listen, I will get in the car and go myself and pick her up so she gets care. We're lucky, and we're not lucky, we're prepared, as Neil's corrected me before. We don't have that problem here, but it's happening all around us. We've heard horror stories. We over an hour. He was working on a presentation for a senator, and doing his research, found out that there was a patient that waited over an hour for an ambulance, within 20 minutes of here. Brain death starts to occur within 5 minutes without proper care. In trauma, we operate under the rule of the golden hour, which means that there are 2 bright lights in steel to be operated on within an hour of the incident. Due to towns around us waiting for an ambulance, backup is often unavailable or at a lengthy response. So when we do have that third, fourth, or fifth call in the district, because of the crisis around us, our residents are having to wait longer and longer for that extra ambulance if we can't muster up a third or fourth one. And I pointed this out before, but mutual aid is no longer mutual. It's aid for us. We provide aid for everybody else. It's very rare that we're getting that returned. Some more stats. National response rates between 7 and 14 minutes. Ours is 6 minutes, 43 seconds. Our average shoot time, that means the amount of time it takes for us to get in the ambulance and be responding from when the call comes in is 1 minute and 23 seconds. That's your crew putting on their shoes, maybe hitting the bathroom and getting an ambulance to get going. We spend an average of 15 minutes on scene. On critical calls, we reported less than 10 minutes. So when we spend over 30 minutes on a scene, walking the dog, taking care of things for the patient, it averages out. We spend an average of 20 minutes at the hospital. It's a number I'd actually like to work on, but often it's not my staff's fault. It's waiting for a bed, waiting for a nurse, whatever it may be. So our average call takes us an hour and 20 minutes, and that's just the action of the call. That doesn't count the restocking, the paperwork, any of that stuff. So it's a long time. And then just some quick stats. Ever since Vassar came out with that wonderful commercial, we transport to Vassar 63% of the time, Mid-Hudson Regional 13% of the time, Kingston 22% of the time, and occasionally we go to St. Luke's, Northern Dutchess, or Orange Regional Medical Center. Those are very specific things. If somebody's having a baby at Northern Dutchess, we'll go there, or on the southern end of our district, if they have their doctor at St. Luke's, we'll go there. Orange Regional will be if we're doing mutual aid at Gardner, Modena, or one of those agencies. So I just wanted to break down for you guys where we do most calls. So 2018, 16% of the time was at Woodland Pond, 11% SUNY New Paltz, and 9% New Paltz Center. Those are just some of the big ones. I could have filled it with regulars, but those are the biggest regulars. And then on average, it's about a 50-50 split between the town and the village. And last year was 5.32% outside the district. This year it's creeping up over 10. So about our districts, I really don't have to tell you guys this, but I just wanted to remind you how diverse and active our district is. So it's 34 square miles, population 15,000 plus, 8,000 SUNY students when they're here. 16 miles of thruway, that's because we have northbound, southbound. County fairgrounds, parks, hiking, biking, walking, bodies of water, restaurants, bars, town, industry business. We have a very large, very active, very diverse district. We have unbelievable amount of different emergencies that can be dumped on our laps. So why would New Paltz Rescue not another agency? You guys wouldn't be fiscally responsible to say to me, well, why don't I go with somebody else? Well, why not? Because we're here before, during, and after the emergency. We educate the public on Narcan, CPR. We host the regional ET training. We take the call on every call, and this is something, everything in this section here, I've actually personally done myself. to provide the highest level of care. Even if it requires letting out the dog, feeding the cat, swapping the laundry, you know, picking up the rugs so that they don't trip over them, or holding the loved one's hand, you know, who lost their wife or husband of over 50 years while we wait for the funeral home, the coroner, or whatever it may be. We are at the forefront of EMS in our region. We are only a few agencies, as we spoke of before. Rapid sequence intubation, that is where we paralyze you and place a tube to breathe for you when you can't do it for yourself. My crew did it just last night. I think we're one of 3 or 4 agencies in the region that are accredited and able to provide that skill. And we are actively involved in community events committees. Most of you have seen me, I sit on every committee I can to try and be actively involved in the community and know what we need. And we're never going to turn over a call because we're tied up on an interfacility transport. We're not in that business. Our business is to take care of the village and the town of New Paltz, the greater New Paltz community.
What does that mean exactly?
So companies, honestly, this is a direct jab at a commercial agency. Companies such as Mobile Life, M-Star, they make their money going from hospital to hospital. So they prioritize their business
On
what's
doing
guaranteed
transports
money.
for
Emergencies are not guaranteed money. As I told you, 40% of the
Right.
time we don't get paid.
Right, okay.
We're not in that business. We're not getting in this business. My board of directors supports me in the fact that we're focused on emergencies. I can tell you that once in a while we get somebody coming back to New Paltz that nobody else is available, and if I can create a third crew, we'll do that. Just recently there was a patient that was a bariatric patient, or very large. Nobody else could do it. Kingston Hospital called. I was able to get a volunteer to come in and crew with me, and we went and did the transfer.
But you won't work with what your 2 primary crews?
I will
that
never
you're
drop
to?
below our 2 primary crews.
And does that also go for going to other calls in other districts?
So the rule with that, because it's supposed to be mutual aid and is a county agreement, is that I will only send it if 2 crews are available. Monday through Friday, 8 to 5, myself and my administrator are in. So typically we have 3 crews. So, but I do turn it down if there's only 1 crew available to the town of New Paltz. So we're truly your rescue squad. So reasons for the increase, our current contract only commits us to 1 ambulance. We've been doing far more than that for years. We have had increases, and it's nothing against anybody, but we've had no significant increases for over a decade. We're grateful for any increases we had, however, we have never rising expenses. As everybody else, our costs are up. Life-saving equipment's expensive. Anytime you slap fire, EMS, or police on something, they jack the price up. Our cardiac monitor, defibrillator, I told you we do, advanced monitoring. Those are $40,000. We have 5 of them. Power stretcher, they save backs. They save worker comp claims. They save my people. They're $15,000 a piece. We've got 4 of them. Life-saving diabetic medication that often expires before we get to use it, because that's how the system works, is $200 a dose. IO needles, which is an actual needle that goes into your bone for administration when we can't access a vein. The boxes of them are $400. And a suction unit for clearing somebody's airway of secretions, vomit, or something like that are $750. We've got one on every piece of equipment. We own them because we have. Things are expensive. So comparison to other agencies in town, you guys are well aware, the fire department gets roughly $800,000 between the town and the village. Police department's well over, once you figure out retirement and everything, it's well over $2 million, almost $3 million. And New Paltz Rescue, who responds to 2,500 calls a year, gets $174,000. So what are the towns paying? Again, if you weren't fiscally responsible, you're going to ask me this. Saugerties is the closest comparison to us. Their district is bigger than us, but their population is the same. They're paying $787,000 for 2 full paid ALS crews. They have no volunteers anymore. They eliminated the volunteer. They have 2 full crews and office staff. They do 2,700 calls a year, very similar to us. Lloyd, close to us, they have 2 dedicated ambulances. I put dedicated because they are dedicated per their contract. They don't have to be there, but they have to respond within, I think, 13 minutes.
We have 20 minutes of grace for the month that Mobile Life chews up.
So it's not actually about them being dedicated, it's about how quick they get there. So they have it in their contract that they have to get there within X amount of time, or the town starts charging them for their response time. I was unable to get the calls per year. I requested it from county and foiled it and didn't get it in time, and Mobile Life didn't want to share it with me. Esopus pays now this is just an easy comparison. Esopus pays $20,000 a year for a VLS, volunteer-based ambulance, that only does 900 calls a year and doesn't get out for all the time. And then New Windsor, which is another very close similar to us, they have a mix of ALS and BLS crews and paid volunteer, and they're getting $530,000. They do have a significantly higher population than us, and they do about 500 more calls a year than us. So my proposed solution is, we currently have 10 open volunteer shifts a week. What I'd like to do to cut some of the cost is to go to 2 full paid crews. That doesn't mean I'm gonna eliminate the volunteers, it doesn't mean we're gonna cut any sort of service, but it means that the volunteers will become the third person on the ambulance when they're available, and or the third ambulance if they're available, allowing us to cover those extra calls. And when we are treating a critical patient, 2 people in the back of the patient with the patient is much better than 1. And if it's not a critical call, we can now send somebody back in the fly car to either be first response or to crew the third ambulance with an additional person. So it allows us to provide higher care, and it'll help cut down some of the overtime costs, because if a volunteer's not available, only gives me 12 or 24 hours notice, I gotta put a paid person on that crew. If I can't get a per diem, now I'm paying somebody overtime. So the cost to do this, salary, 13 an hour, 40 hours, $520. We operate under a system where everybody gets 8 hours of overtime because you work a 48-hour schedule. That's one of the perks that we can offer, because we are not nearly high paid as similar to Mobile Life or the other agencies. So it's one of the things we do to compensate. So they get 8 hours of overtime every week at $156. That works out to $33,000 a year. By the time you throw in uniforms, insurance, cost of an EMT is $44,561.42. The total cost to go full paid to cover those 10 shifts that I'm asking for is $111,000. I'm sorry, $111,403.55. So I said I was going to get quick to it. The point is that I'd like to request an increase of $111,403.55 to our current contract. I'd also like to work our contract out to 12 individual payments. Currently, you guys give us 2 big payments. I think it would be better for both of us if it was monthly payments. So that would increase our contract to $289,599.55. This is going to be significantly less than you're going to get anybody else to do for it. It's going to allow us to have a little more comfort in providing the service we provide. And I'd like to also, after the initial increase, do a $25,000 per year for the following 4 years, making this a 5-year contract. The reason I want to do that is because it gives us security in knowing that we're going to be here for the next 5 years, and also gives you guys the security of knowing you've got ambulance coverage locked down, don't have to worry about it, you're going to get an ambulance. The caveat I added to make this easier to swallow, if we have we're not for profit, we're not getting rich here. If we have a financial surplus, we have a wonderful year, or we get a bunch of requests, something like that, we will provide the surplus back to next year's contract. And then my challenge to you guys is to show the rest of the state and the world that New Paltz considers EMS an essential service. It's a huge topic. Everybody's touting about it. It's election season, and people are putting signs up in their yards. You guys backed me when I asked you to back me about the Medicare crossover issues. Let's show New Paltz and the towns beyond that you guys think we're essential in the town. And that's all I got. Questions? I'm sorry that was fast, but
No.
you guys are having a long night, and I wanted to hammer it out.
I mean, so what I will say is, I've been hearing at, supervisor meetings and every meeting I go to where this comes up, all of the towns around us are really struggling. And,
Around this issue.
It's the current system is not sustainable. I've told Matt, we're not lucky. We've prepared. We started planning for this 20, 30 years ago. But what frustrates me is that now I think we're subsidizing all of the towns around us. And I hate to say that because we're saving people's lives in the towns all around us probably. But, it's when the town next to us pays $20,000 a year for BLS, and then I have to go there, and the supervisors there are like, well, my taxes are pretty low, and I'm like, well, yeah, but we're subsidizing. We're going there all the time, and that is one of my frustrations. I think the same thing can be said about the fire and the police and everything else. Is there any way that we could, ask the towns around us? I mean, we're covering 99% of our calls. No one is coming to our aid.
The percentage, that small percentage, it's typically Mobile Life. And once in a blue moon, you got Esopus. Once this year, we had a bus accident, and I did call Gardner, but, I mean, that's once in a year, so that 1% that we're not covering typically is Mobile Life. And it seems and sounds like we're going to their aid often, because you'll hear Mobile Life no units available for Gardner. I can beat up on that because that's my other hat. I'm the volunteer fire chief there. Really, that's not we're covering for Mobile Life. We're actually covering for Gardner at that point, because Mobile Life has no contract with the town of Gardner to provide that service. They do it under a handshake agreement if they're available to do it.
But if they're in trouble, right, and if they're ultimately like feeling like we're not getting the care we need for our residents, is there something you can say is like, hey, we'll be your we'll be the backup call under these circumstances,
Yes, they can,
but
but
send
to do that,
$20,000?
to expand our CON. We operate under a certificate of need. Our CON for New Paltz Rescue is for the town and village of New Paltz. So the only time we leave our district is under mutual aid, under the county and state agreement. So I've had discussions with my board, and we've never stepped forward to expand our CON, because our focus has always been the town and village of New Paltz, and frankly, we didn't want you guys getting upset that we were expanding. But it is an opportunity to be considered. We considered it. In fact, the region has asked me to expand it because we're already filling a need, but I've held back because of our dedication to the town. And
I'm just trying to, is there a way, if we're already doing it, can we get paid for it?
so what we do get paid for is we do get rates for the transport for it.
Okay.
So if we go and we take the patient, we get paid for the transport. And actually, frankly, if we do get, for example, Gardner, because they don't bill, if we get on their ambulance, we can also bill for the paramedic service. So we are being paid for those actual individual calls.
Okay.
What we're not being compensated for is the availability of us, which is basically what you guys are paying for. You're not covering my expenses or any, you're not covering my operational expenses and purchasing my ambulance. You guys are covering an agreement for us to be here for you.
Yeah, and so I think I had this before when we talked about, but we pay $175,000 a year roughly.
The town or the town and village?
Just the town, out of the A fund, the town pays the 175 total. The total contribution of the town of New Paltz and the village of New Paltz is $175,000. Your budget is
Over $1 million.
over $1 million. So that's.
And we're having, to be frank, we're having shortfalls, or I wouldn't be.
And what's
Yeah.
the percentage that you're getting for billables?
Yeah.
And then the Center on Medicare and Medicaid Services has said that their payments are not meant to cover our operating costs.
So,
So they pay us for the mileage and the service that we're providing at the time.
And
Not for
what are your
Medicare.
operating costs? Those are your operating costs, are they not? Correct me, like, what do you mean by your operating costs if you don't mean that?
Well, insurance, medications, they don't pay us for medications. You know, if I give you a drug box full of medications, you're gonna get the same bill as somebody that I only give oxygen.
Uh-huh.
They pay us for our time, not.
The time and mileage,
Doors open.
basically.
Right.
So, in my other job in the county executive's office, we go to all these towns, and this one actually comes up all the time as well, and there's quite a lot of fear, depending on the town we're in, about this. And so I realize this isn't as much as a budget question as it is a longevity one, but being that this isn't a unique scenario, what are communities doing in maybe even more rural New York where they're having these issues with volunteers? Like, is there consolidation conversations
So,
going on?
Yeah, there is.
Yeah.
I'd say at least once a week I get an email that agencies are closing their doors.
Really?
And that's when the towns, that's what's forcing these towns that aren't, being on top of it as you
Yeah.
guys are, to step up to the plate and say, oh, what are we gonna do?
Most
Um,
towns, they're closing their doors, they're accepting much, much longer transport times, but as far as consolidation or anything actually happening, no.
No, that's not
I
okay.
mean, it always gets discussed.
Yeah.
I've seen it more on the fire side.
Yeah,
For example,
that's what I was thinking
Saugerties,
of.
Marbletown.
Yep.
They've had serious conversations about closing firehouses. Consolidating ambulances in the rural areas doesn't really work because there's only
Shifts
one for, even for our local area. I mean, yes, we have Modena and Gardner, but they're fire district-based ambulances. They're
Mhm.
there. But, you know, consolidating with us would work because that's two different animals. My opinion is in the future, you're gonna have to see either a county or a statewide system.
Yeah. I can
So
see
Green
that.
County Paramedics. Green
Okay.
County Paramedics is a countywide ALS service. There's multiple volunteer and even some paid agencies in the town that provide BLS, but in Green County, they provide the ALS service and they're county-based, they're county subsidized. You know, and they pay very well, you know, they're a good system because it's county-based, the county benefits, you know. I think that that'll be the future.
Yep.
The organizations that are using a disproportionate amount of your services, are they meeting, you know, a disproportionate amount of, you know, your budget? Are they helping in ways that support the fact that they have, you know, you at their door in 2 minutes?
So any agency that we have around us, early in my career as chief, I secured a mutual aid agreement with right away so that we could bill anytime we go there. But they are not providing us any funding for the fact that we could go there.
No, I'm talking more about the what you say you do local calls at New Paltz Center and at Woodland Pond
so,
and whatever.
actually,
How are
that's a great
they
topic.
helping you meet your expenses?
Neil and I have had this conversation. For example, Woodland Pond, they're a pilot program. We do get X amount of dollars a year from them. That by no means puts a dent
In what they're actually in the service you're providing for them.
Exactly. I believe Ted probably can tell you, but they came to us in the beginning and said it was a call a day, they thought?
4 a month.
4 a month. I can tell you right now, and he can tell you because I recently had to do a
Day.
study on it because I'm actually having a meeting with them next week.
Hmm.
Their number of RMAs or refusals this year is gonna be higher than the entire amount of calls we went there for last year.
They've single-handedly raised our non-transport rate from the year,
32%.
from 27% were spent per year to 40. Just from that one place.
Yep.
We transport 55% of the calls from there. 45, we just go, we assess, and we receive.
But they really want you to do that.
That's
Right.
their
So
policy.
They're trying to.
That's why
and
they're
I-
calling us.
It's a
probably
care.
not-
It's like
shouldn't be
we're
said
going to
in
bring
public, but it's
an
covering
emergency
the
room here.
liability of us
We
assessing the
cannot go
patient
for
that
it.
fell on their property.
So if you can't bill them for it and they want that service,
And that's discussion.
you need a contract
Yep.
with them that says you want the emergency room at your apartment door here.
Yep.
You have to help pay for that.
We are working on stuff like that.
At both center, we lose money on every call we do because of Medicare, because they're not going to pay the costs that we have to charge for our operating costs. But there's nothing we can do about that, because even though we're transporting, we're still losing money on those calls.
Yeah.
Because Medicare just pays.
And
such a
that's an
small amount.
insurance issue, that's not something I'm gonna fix with New Paltz Center.
Yeah.
Any patient in the town that carries that insurance is gonna be the same situation.
Yeah.
So, I hate to make things about dollars and cents. What is, so this figure, it's 111,000,
Yeah.
would be equivalent to what on the tax levy?
If you wanted to put the whole
Yeah.
111,000 in this year,
Yeah,
8.4.
8.4% increase to the tax levy.
No, our whole
become
increase
that.
would change from
5.3 to 8.4.
Okay, so it's a little bit, so my question also is, and I really appreciate the presentation and laying this out, but is there, can you give me other scenarios financially, you know, like a tiered, like if we did X, this would mean Y kind of thing? Is that possible?
So,
too?
no matter what we do, we
Yeah.
have to take a close look at how
Yeah.
we're gonna handle the next few years
Definitely.
financially, no matter what you give me.
Yeah,
So
But yeah, I mean, if you split it in half, I could go from 10 to 5 shifts.
Mhm.
You know, that would be the easiest comparison.
So I talked to Matt about this. We go to town gown and we end up talking about this a lot. And I'm always telling him I hear these horror stories from other supervisors. And you know, so part of Matt coming to do this presentation is that I'm worried about the long term, and I'm asking Matt, like, okay, let's try to have what's the 5-year plan? You know, how, you know, we don't want to be sitting here and have Matt come saying, we're closing our doors.
Mhm.
You know, we need to think about how can this be a sustainable system, and that's part of what it is. So, and how do we may not get there this year, but how can we work together, because we are all in this together, to try to make sure that the New Paltz Rescue Squad is sustainable for the town.
Yeah, I prefer to see something where we're giving you regular increases and you're not crushing our budget in one shot.
And I understand that, but the reason I'm crushing it in one shot is because we hadn't had regular increases, and now I'm righting the ship.
Thank you for getting back to regular increases.
So I understand that it's a big increase, but it's the need of getting the ambulances out the door.
Sure.
And that's where that number comes from, is right down to the fact of covering those shifts. So the tiered response that I could project you would be, okay, at this we could have 2 EMTs, at this we could have 1.5, with this would be 1.
Yep.
That's how that would break down. You could divide that number out.
Okay.
Any way you want.
Okay. I need to amend that. So the 111,000 would be 6.5. It was the 289 that would be 8.
289, it's not a
Okay.
289 increase, though, it's already from 174.
289 would be our entire contract.
Total.
With the previous and the
So it
increase.
only raises it 1%?
It raises it from 5.3 to 6.5.
Okay.
I think you guys are incredibly valuable, and
And obviously I have a dog in the fight, but if I may,
Yeah.
you guys are already riding the tax cap, so, and I know that you have to find the money.
Say that into the camera.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a matter of where the money's gonna come from, and I understand that, I knew coming here that the conversation was gonna be whether we deserve it, whether we're worth it, was gonna be how you guys gonna, where the money gonna come from.
And I just want to say too, like, I think from a taxpayer standpoint, I have to ask you that question.
Yep.
And I hope that doesn't come off as callous. And just for full disclosure, and I say this all the time because it's important to you, you guys saved my father's life back in May. And by the time I got to the hospital, which was not nearly as close to when you guys did, it was literally what the doctor said as I was walking in. So I totally appreciate what you guys do. And I also know that in numerous neighboring towns he wouldn't have lived.
Right.
So, get it.
So, I understand you have fiscal responsibility.
Yeah.
As do I, as does my board, so.
I'd love to help you also just brainstorm about like helping
Yeah.
folks you're really servicing more than others
Right.
pay their fair share of, because that's a real benefit. You're right across the street from
Yep.
some of these places that you're there 3 times a day. And it's a
And,
real
I've
benefit to
started
the residents.
Conversation, it's just a matter, that one of the dilemmas with that specific situation is they could technically call somebody else direct and bypass us altogether.
They won't never do that because you know how long that response
Right,
time
well,
is
and
and what
they'd be
kind of
crazy
service
too.
they get.
But that's the response that I'm gonna get when I'm still gonna have the conversation, we're still gonna see what we can do, but, if they chose to, because there are other agencies that have a CON that covers New Paltz, them, and actually frankly, 5 years ago, New Paltz Center, when it was, Mountain View, was calling Mobile Life Direct and not using New Paltz Rescue. But,
And in some ways, you want that.
yeah.
Unless, maybe they'll come back and
It
say, hey,
depends on the response
our
time, because
care.
anybody knows me knows that it's about the patient, and I don't want patients
Yeah.
waiting.
And they don't want that either.
Right.
And they'll come right back
Yep.
and say, wait a second, our care went down significantly and we need to pay you. And they'll be right.
Another one of our success stories is David's son Cole.
I didn't want to be self-serving, but Matt took my son to
He's,
medical school, so,
Yeah.
literally.
Proud of him. Anybody have anything else?
Just echo Dan, you saved my significant other's life on 2 occasions, so I share Dan's philosophical position.
It's wonderful to hear.
Still a challenge.
Great work.
All right.
It might save any of our lives. And
You never know.
the people we represent especially,
No, thank you guys.
Thanks.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. And so we're gonna just put this, Neil, we'll just pile this into our budget discussions, this.
Yeah, yeah,
this
Yeah, we
new
should do it.
yeah,
thing
and
to
that's,
consider,
yeah.
just checking.
Should we just discuss that right now?
Well, I think when we get into the budget, right, but, why don't we,
You have a lot of town employees here.
yeah, exactly, I mean, I think we have the tax cap, we have the override, so why don't we, so Rosanna, before we get too far, I want to make sure for this, tax cap override local law on,
So there's a few things in the resolution
Yes.
and the law that need to be,
Yes, changed from 19 to 20.
right.
And so,
And New Paltz Times needs to be changed to Daily Freeman.
okay. And so do we have to state all of those right now, but so how about we, in the resolution, we were changing the New Paltz Times to the Daily Freeman? Right, that's on page 1. And then that's the only thing I saw in the resolution for the override law. But then in the law, on the bottom of the first page, says adopt the budget for the fiscal year 2019. It should say 2020.
Yep.
And then on the second page, under 12718, authorized to adopt the budget for the fiscal year 2019. It should say 2020.
Right.
That's all I saw in there.
Yeah, and the resolution 2 makes reference to 19, which should be 20.
Okay.
On the front page of the resolution.
So do we need to move that we make those changes?
All you're doing is really just adopting this as local law number 8 of 2019.
Yes.
Second.
Can we move that?
Yeah, I would like
Just
to.
Roseanne said.
Yeah, we gotta wait till Dan and Marty get back, but, so we're all here. We need 3, you need 3 votes, it won't pass,
We're with you on this one.
so. And then, maybe Dan's not coming back. Yeah, so I make a motion to pass local law number 8 to 2019, the tax cap override law.
Second.
Discussion? All in favor, and with the changes that we spoke, all in favor?
Aye.
And you want to talk about the municipal cleaning resolution? That's the only thing we have left, then we can just talk about the budget for the rest of the night.
Until the wee hours.
Yeah.
What do we need to do?
Well, so Chris worked with Joe on this, right? And now we have a resolution, and then was there a seeker? Was it,
Negative deck.
so it's just the, but I did have like one question. It's a 3-year contract?
Yes.
And it lays out exactly, but at some point, we're gonna not be in this building anymore. And are we allowed to like amend it, and are the prices gonna change if we, like, new police,
Good
new
point.
courts? It lays out like what the prices are, and are we gonna be allowed to change that in
It's a good question. His initial estimate was on the building beyond that.
Yeah.
As a walkthrough. So anything that we change, you'd have to walk through again,
But we just
couldn't
modify.
give you an honest answer saying, this is gonna be more, this is, we're gonna lose
Yeah.
2 buildings, gain 1. I would actually think the cost would go down because there's no traveling expense.
Yeah, so I was just like, okay, well, I mean, I'm okay with it, but I'm just like, hopefully we can change it in when we don't need all the same buildings cleaned.
Well, then,
Town hall,
if-
this
If
page.
that's the
Yeah.
case, then if the board could vote to have you sign the contract, and I will have Joe put that in, that we can.
Yeah, that would be
Mhm.
great.
Change
Yeah.
a building or location.
Or, we have to renegotiate with
Right,
them,
it's a
you
3-year,
know,
but if we get, and I don't think it's a big deal, just that there's something that
yeah, like,
it wouldn't make any sense to lock us in.
yeah, so I
They
think,
can amend so that they can amend the contract for current buildings.
yeah, I think that's all we need. Other than that, it's fine with me. You'd make a motion to, pass the resolution for the municipal facilities cleaning agreement.
Seconded.
Any other discussion? And it's for the supervisor, authorize the supervisor to sign it
Sign the contract.
after Joe makes
Amends-
some changes.
And
that-
then add
You
or
know, we just need to give you the authority to sign the contract as you see fit.
Yeah.
My second remains.
All in favor?
Aye.
Great. Budget. Gene, do you want to come up? Anyone else? I think that's what,
Too many challenging conversations in one night.
I know. The rescue one is tough. You know, and we can have that discussion after, I think after we, maybe as part of all of this, but we have the, so I think we've done everything else on the agenda, right, Rosanna?
Yes.
Okay. And so now it's just the budget, and so, you know, I think we're, and I forgot to bring all of my budget stuff. I have this. But so, I think some department heads are here. They can answer any questions that people have. They can also, if they feel as if they want to make a case for, you know, adding things that,
There's a resolution for the seeker for the municipal cleaning agreement.
okay, I make a motion to, declare a negative declaration for the seeker for the municipal cleaning agreement.
Second?
All in favor?
Aye.
I would love to hear from any of the department heads that want to speak about their budget and any concerns they have about it passing the way it is or not passing the way it is. That want to speak.
Well, we got 3 department heads here.
I need an amendment.
Gene needs an amendment.
So, this is the amendment. It's in all of the water and sewer districts, and it's all broken down on paper. And, it won't increase the budget at all. I think with, all the new meters installed by the fourth quarter, being the end of the year, that I can increase the revenues of each one of those districts for the amount of revenue on the front page. I just want to modify it because it's for the Edmunds software for the utility billings.
This 2,390 is the cost?
Yes.
Oh, yeah, okay. So you think it doesn't have really a budget?
Well, so as the new meters go in, the revenue is going to go up as well.
Yeah. Okay.
And so we're increasing
You're gonna
expenses, but we're
offset.
increasing revenue. So it's
Wash.
it's wash.
Rather than increase taxation, I'm just going to make a wash. But I need to change the numbers.
So I make a motion that we make that 2020 budget amendment. And so we can do this a couple ways. We can keep a list of all the suggested changes and then kind of weigh them all against each other and vote on all of them, or we can do it piecemeal. I'm okay doing this one now because it's neutral
Okay.
on itself, and we'd like to get it done. For the other changes, I'd like to do it the way we've done it in the past, where we kind of keep a running tally, and we can then weigh them all, because then we're not going back and undoing things that we may have done. That's just a suggestion, but I'm open to what anyone else.
That worked well last year.
Okay. So I guess I'd make a motion to make this 2020 budget amendment for the water sewer districts.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay. Now, let the fun begin.
Neil, you said you didn't bring something if you need, is this what?
That's
you-
what I probably need at some point, but.
Feel free to
But
refer
I
to it
think,
as
you know,
you need.
the big, I think the real issue is gonna be the rescue squad, you know, and I think that's like a huge issue, right? And I think we can discuss that, or if anyone else has places they wanna go first, we can do that too. But, I mean, we should take advantage of the department heads while they're here if we have certain questions for them. If any board members have questions for department
Well,
heads.
I have a question for Jim. Jim, it sounds like we are addressing some of the underpay of some of your employees that we've been talking about for several years. Do you feel like the budget at this point addresses that in a pretty substantial way, that people are gonna feel more valued?
I do, yeah. I do appreciate what you put in, and, yeah, feel good about it.
And in general, your budget in general, you're feeling good about?
Yeah, no, I'm interested.
And I reached out to Gene with my concern about all the employees getting raises, not just ones under contract or on that discrete list we had. And Gene satisfied my concern that there's funds wherever they're needed so that everybody will get a 2.25% increase, which is what is in our one-union contract, so that's.
Including the
that was
appointed officials and everyone?
I didn't ask about appointed officials, because we had a discrete list as part of our budget packet, which had the board members in that list. I was concerned about people that weren't on that list or weren't covered in a union contract, that they be covered, and we knew that Jim's people were, because we discussed that, and I got to comfort everybody is.
Okay.
Yeah. And, but I think Stacy still has issues with hers, and I don't want to put her on the spot, but I want to make sure that, we put Stacy's or Helen's replacement in for 20 hours a week, and, Stacy feels that's not enough.
Yeah.
And so I want to make sure that the board recognizes that, and that we don't just ignore it.
No, I've come back. After our discussion, because I was here for canvassing, not necessarily for budgeting. So after our discussion at the last meeting, I took a look at the tentative budget. I understand where you're coming from and why you did what you did. Okay? So what I'm proposing for the town is that you reinstate of the $15,355 that was cut from my budget request, that you reinstate $14,560 of that, so that I can hire 2 part-time clerks.
So can you take us to the line, I just want to write it in the right place.
The line item is B5223620.
Yeah, and so what that.
Is there a line item, a number in the left-hand column? Do you have the budget?
That's the number. It's D-Fund 3620.10.
Are you looking at the spreadsheet? In the left hand, is there a number 152 or 256 or? Page 7, thank you very much.
Number 429.
36.
Thank you very much.
And so if I understand it right, so the board, when, Helen was working 30 hours a week, we cut that back to 20 hours a week because that's what her position was for. And by doing that, we cut $15,000 out of Stacy's budget.
Right.
Stacy's now asking us to put $14,000 back in.
Right, it reduces my requested budget by $795.60 with no additional benefit cost to the town.
So how many hours will that buy?
That would actually give me 10 additional hours
For a total of?
for a total of
40 hours.
140 hours for the department.
But Helen's loss is 30 hours.
Right.
The pay is
Now-
less.
Now I'm asking for 40, but in 220s.
Yes, that's what I was trying to understand.
Yeah.
So,
Losing a 30 and you're adding 220s.
Yes.
220s, and you would need, so your number that, the 2020 tentative is 155,013. You're asking for an additional 14,000, give me the number again?
I'm asking for additional 14,560. See, my actual budget request.
169.
170,368.80.
Right, so you're
169,573.
20-hour part-timers.
So
Okay, so that's a,
that gives you actually 10 more man-hours a week than what you had with Helen.
Correct. However, what I would like the board to know is that fully staffed, the building department was running at 170 hours.
And if you had these 40,
It brings me to 140 hours.
you're still.
Still 30 hours.
Yeah.
Do you still consider yourself understaffed?
Yes,
Even with these 2 part-time folks at 40?
yes, but we're hoping that with two part-times, which will give me full coverage, with some of the changes that we're making internally with software and things like that, and all the the efficiencies that I've been able to do over the years with the department, that we should be okay. I don't see me coming back asking for additional staff unless something blows up.
And there's no legacy costs associated with this?
Correct.
Thank you. Otherwise, budget's okay.
Thank you. Yes.
Sounds like a good solution.
Chris, how's your budget?
Not as bad, just I'm concerned with some of the cuts.
Uh-huh.
It actually went up a little bit, but after the $200,000 cuts we had for 18, so it's quite short with our repair line for doing road work. Also found that EWR and ADR are no longer here. So the funding we're getting from the state, except for the chips was cut out.
Uh-huh.
That came to $48,379. That came out. So I was requesting that the line did go up from last time. It was $30,000 and $51.10.
What line?
On
Where
the
are they?
blacktop, which is, I think, $579 here.
I don't know where they are. If you do, just go there.
It went up to 50. I'd like that, to see that go up to 100.
You said
Line 579?
Oh, there you go, 579.
Page
For
11.
the total.
So that's 153,780?
11, page 11. Cool.
579.
Because they wrote on the print, oh,
General repairs contractual?
Where's blacktop?
Chris, that's the line item that's now 153,780, and it's gonna go down by that 40,000?
well, we took that out. The EWR and Pave New York shouldn't show up in the budget at all.
Oh, so this isn't a change to what we have?
Yeah, EWR and Pave New York is not on here, but line 579 is general repairs contractual at 153,780. That's okay.
Gene, where would we have put Chips and Pave New York? Under-
Chips.
There is
We
more paving.
we reduced the CHIPS lines to 118,000, because Chris told me he's not gonna get the EWR. So it is in,
Line 582.
yes, that is the expense, and then there's a revenue. So it's a wash,
Uh-huh.
the expense and the revenue for CHIPS.
So Chris, what did you say you wanted to move? What are you asking for?
I'm asking for the Pave New York, the EWR and the Pave New York, which would have come to if we got it for 2020. We put into a $50,000 increase in the 5110 line.
That's this one, I think.
5110. So you need you're looking for another $50,000 to replace that.
The stuff that we're not going to get
Yeah.
from the state.
The EWR and Pave New York, so that's like a replacement fund for that.
Yeah, the state would give it to us. We're not.
So is this a change on the revenue side or the expense side? I think it's on the revenue
No,
side.
this would be just expense for Chris. He would like to increase his budget line for CHIPS money that he
It's not gonna get.
doesn't, he's not
Previous
going
years
to
were
get.
showed as the revenue, when
Gotcha.
we got it in, we're not getting it in.
Would that change the expense budget or the revenue
Expense
budget?
Change the expense
By
and
re-
increase the taxation by $50,000.
For paving, did you say?
And without this, what happens?
I know you,
Less paving repair than we're used to, and
You know, we're patch paving. I'm used to doing work that lasts.
yeah.
You know, now we're unable to do that. We're throwing good money on top of bad. we should be getting 10 years, 7 years out of. We're gonna be lucky to get 2 or 3. Eventually this is gonna catch up. Everything's just gonna keep getting more expensive.
And your budget is actually down from last year. We're supposed to be looking at the 2019 modified is what you expect, that number, just correct me, Gene, you haven't done it in a year, is like, that's what you expect to spend for the year? 2019 as modified?
So right now, we're creating a modified.
Yes, that would be what we would expect to spend
This year. That's your best guess about what we spend this year?
That's what
And
is
Chris is
yes.
And Chris is basically asking for, or the budget as it stands right now is for less than that next year.
No, he was asking for 153,000 plus 50 more. He's asking for $203,000.
I'm sorry, I'm missing the 150. I see
That's
this
on this line item, I'm
2020.
sorry, I'm doing the wrong line item.
Where's the,
153.
but that's already in the 1.833 million at the bottom.
So you want 153 to go to 203?
Is that, am I not right? Can I just correct that the DB fund grand total is $1,833,645,
Yes.
which is $16,000 less than what you think he's going to spend this year. Now he's asking for an extra 50, that'll take it up to 1,883, but that's what all you're asking for additionally, right? Now, I don't mean to make light of that, but that it's not a lot of money. It is a lot of money, but it is the only other thing that's not on that budget is this $50,000 that Chris is saying I need an extra 50 that is not here, but what is here is $1,833,000, which is
Okay.
less than what he spent last year.
Yep, and his chips for this year is at 128, and $40,000 has already been reduced
Uh-huh.
because it's gone to a different line to buy a truck. So it was at 168.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Okay. So I think that would be the difference between the 1,849,000 and the 1,833,000.
Three. So the chips line at 118,331, that is correct? That's what you,
That's what we predict, that's what we've gotten in the past, that we're predicting
yeah, that you're
we'll get
thinking
again
you're
this
gonna get the revenue side, same thing as the expense side, that's how it works, right?
But when he gets the EWR and the pay for New York, he gets about 160. But he doesn't think he's getting that extra.
So that revenue disappears, that
It
168.
did disappear.
Yeah.
Hey, New York ended, it was only for.
The whole 168 is going to disappear
No.
on the
No,
revenue
no,
side?
no. The 48,
48,
45.
379.
Yeah, we're gonna be at like 120.
Uh-huh.
So, but, let's not discount that 120,000. That's all the money we get from New York State.
Yeah.
Like, so, enjoy it while we can.
It'll be less next year.
It's not, no, we get, out of a $12 million budget, we get $120,000 from the state of New York. Shouldn't make light of that.
Okay. Are there any other big items that we're missing?
Well, I wasn't done, unfortunately.
Oh. I just asked you if that was it. What else?
Out of
So-
the 2020 budget, we also, trying to work out, after listening to the rescue squad, I'm trying to work out anything in my head, another way of doing this. There was a truck put in, it's reached its 10-year, it's due for replacement. It's a pickup truck, it was for $47,000. And we're now also out of our large bucket truck, which is becoming an issue. I've asked for the funds out of the sale of the equipment, which should be, if I added it all right, $23,195 to be added to the line to purchase a used newer bucket truck, come around between $50,000-$60,000. So I asked for, under the brush and weeds, for $35,000 to be added to that. Purchase a new bucket truck.
That's replacing the bucket truck?
Large bucket.
And where's the pickup truck?
That's in 5110 also. And
I'm still looking for the right line to add the truck.
I mean, part of my frustration with the trucks is, you know,
That's-
a year ago, we asked for a plan
Yes,
for the trucks.
yes.
And
We got one.
we haven't gotten a plan for the trucks.
I furnished you with a plan. I gave you all the trucks, all the years and replacement years. That's what you asked for. That has been furnished. to you.
Okay, well, my bad then. So,
Well, we still have the challenge, where do we go when we hear that we need more funds in a budget that's already
yeah.
approaching
Can I just
7
hear
or 8%?
the other number? I just want to hear what you're asking for. So it's the 50,000 in the EWR and Pave New York,
Yep.
35,000 in replacing the bucket truck in line, in brush and weeds, 5140, that's line 599, Marty, or somewhere around there.
Well, I see, okay,
And the
$599.
new pickup truck is, what do you need for that?
And 5110 and 47,000.
47.
Yeah, probably not $599, because that's PS, Personal Services, so maybe one of the other two below it.
Brush and weeds.
Point two.
5140, 200 is it?
Line 600 in here,
5110.2.
5110.2.
5110,
Yeah, general repairs equipment.
okay.
That's the pickup truck.
And Chris, tell me again how much that is, 35,000?
47.
47.
Now, what we've done in the past is we've bought the truck, or we replaced trucks out of the CHIPS line, right, which we're allowed to do. You know, like the discussion on solar, there's always a pair of them. So we keep within our 10-year replacement program, but that 47 comes out of blacktop, so we're shorting the roads. So it's either equipment to keep going, roads don't get as much, roads get more, and we start running into equipment maintenance.
So how many pickup trucks do we have?
4.
And how many, like, it seems like we've bought,
9 large trucks.
no, but like, I mean, I think we've bought like one truck a year for the last 3 years.
We bought a large truck, we bought a mechanic's truck last year. But again, you run into a 10-year thing, unless you want to keep to the business model that we run these things till the tires fall off. But right now, I have 2 large dump trucks, and just put it in perspective. They're bought in 2011, delivered in 2012. They took a 2-year extended warranty. After the warranty, we have $90,000 in repairs on those 2 trucks. None of this new equipment is made to last. This is big stuff. All the electronics blow out of them, the gas tanks rot out. It's just not the equipment that it used to be. It's across the board. Everyone has this problem. Unless we keep up on this stuff, we should be looking really to flip these things every 2 years. By that model is we buy it on state bid.
But so we buy a truck on state bid for 50,000. These pickup trucks are selling for 50,000, $50,000. We keep it for 2 years and then we sell it for,
Pretty close to what we paid for it, because we're also selling it with a 1-year still factory warranty. Factory warranty is coming 3 years. And other towns are working with the model. I know town of Kingston is, I think he wound up paying $1,000 more for his new truck. And you figure the only thing you've done to that truck for 2 years is put fuel in it. Repair, tires. It's
What's the
great.
catch?
There is no catch.
Yeah,
That's where
it
it's
seems like there
worth.
should be.
Why don't we?
Because we can
Why
buy
aren't we-
stuff cheaper than
Yeah.
what the public can buy.
Yeah.
Okay, because if you want to do the model, then that particular model, we're gonna have to revise our fixed asset policy, because our fixed asset policy says anything with a value of $47,000 has a 15-year life. And that's in the finance law, not in just randomly in our fixed asset policy. It's in the law. So if you want to do a model like that, why don't we just lease like the police department?
And what are the economics of leasing?
Well, any municipal leasing I've done, our trucks were bought, our large trucks are bought municipally, so technically we own them. At the end of the lease, we give them $1, they're our trucks. It's not like we turn them back in and they give us, because they're specific trucks, they're
Mhm.
built. It's not like, I guess the same thing you said to police cars, they pull their stuff out. It's not like we're pulling wing plows and hydraulic pumps and all that. The trucks are specifically built for road. Everyone's a custom job. It's not like I go to a dealer and go, I want that.
And I would be talking more about consistently leasing, like 5 years, and then turning it in and keeping the cycle going, just like the police department.
I mean, it seems like we're buying trucks all the time, and maybe I just can't keep them straight. Like, we have more B&G trucks than B&G employees.
And only one's newer, 2013, I think. The other ones are refurbed, old ones. One's an old highway truck.
So if we add up,
And the whole thing, I mean, the pickup, again, as long as everyone understands the trade-off, I could do that with chips. The bucket truck I see is important. That's something we use a lot. It's for a lot of our constituents. We take down a lot of big stuff. Most of us are trained on the big buckets.
So you
I
look,
have to call a contractor, it's $1,800 a day, and I work on his schedule. Where, when we start to lean off in that time between road work and plowing, that's when all highway departments have to do tree work. We've been lucky that I got a bucket truck from the high school, traded up a dump truck, to see if it would work for us, and it did. My problem is it was a very old truck. Every 3 years it needed a $10,000 upgrade whether we used it or not.
that was the
Just didn't see-
cables or hydraulics or something?
Yeah, pull cables for the boom, no matter what, mandatory replacement. It just didn't seem putting $10,000 into an old dog made any sense to me. About when I could upgrade.
So in total, Chris, the things that we've talked about, because I think I lost track of it, how many additional dollars are you asking that we modify the budget by?
$132,000. Okay, remember,
but that's,
2
the
years
if the
ago-
47, that includes the $47,000
Yes,
truck, and so that's 132 is if you get it all.
correct.
If you do that 47 through chips, we take that 47 out.
That's correct.
More likely scenario, unfortunately. So it's 85 if the pickup truck goes through chips.
I mean, yeah, but then we're just taking, then we're putting 50K in to replace Pave New York. It's a shell game. We're adding 50K into the paving budget, but we're taking
Right.
47 out of the
Same-
paving
same
budget.
thing.
Still
So it's the same thing.
132,000 increase.
It's the same, so like
No,
we
it's
can,
still- it's not still 135,000. It's just, yeah,
It's-
those two things are just like, you might as well not even think about those, right?
yeah. It's like we can make ourselves feel better saying, well, we're buying a truck with chips, but we're putting 50K into paving. You know,
That's deferred maintenance.
Yeah, okay with it. It just gets more expensive.
Absolutely.
And where is? Are there any other,
So-
what are the other big items we should be discussing from your standpoint?
Mine? No, I mean, I think this is exactly what I was hoping we would do, right? So,
So we're at
We-
we're at 5.3 without the rescue squad increase and without either of these two increases.
yeah. Yeah, and then, we have to decide what we think are important enough to,
Are there any other any other reductions anywhere else that we're not looking at, Neil, that you see
We-
like this is a place we can find some money?
we've been trying, not really, no, and so, like, remember, one of the reasons we have no, fund balance is because we made all sorts of cuts last year and the year before, and like, these are really tight budgets.
Yeah.
Right, and so what's happening is we have cut all the fat out of the budget, so then when there's no money for Chris to buy a truck unless he gets an increase, right? So that's one of the problems, and that's, you know, this is not bad planning on Chris's part, like, we did this, right? So now, and in some ways you could argue that's what good budgeting is, like, you know, the
Yeah, I
board
think
then
so.
gets to decide, you know, well, do we want to buy a new truck, and what do we want to do, instead of saying, well, there was extra money in the budget, and then people just decide at the end of the year, and they say, well, I got money in my budget, and it seems like it doesn't cost anything when people say that, right? So, you know, I think that's what we as a board have to realize, is that we're getting asked for these increases because they're running very lean budgets. You know, Stacy today, after she said she wanted this additional money, I'm like, well, let's see if we can find that 15,000 anywhere else in the budget, and there's nothing else in there. There's no extra fat in Stacy's budget at all that I could cut out to say, well, why don't we use this to pay for that person, because it's not there.
Which I can appreciate for Pelham having retired, so they're gonna require it salary.
Yeah.
That's my only argument to that.
Yeah, so that's,
So as we look at some of these numbers, you know, if you look at buildings and grounds at 85,000 increase or 35,000 increase, and say there's not more money for paving, and a paving budget's gonna go down by $50,000 because you want a pickup truck, or don't take the pickup truck and our paving budget is the same. So it's 85, it looks to me like 85 or 35 for buildings and grounds, 14,560 for Stacy, and then we gotta talk about rescue.
You mean highway, David, not buildings?
Sorry, highway.
I mean, I also think that, and I'm being counter to what I said earlier, obviously we want to talk about dollars and cents, but also, like, if your taxes have to go up and you're a taxpayer, what do you want to invest in? I mean, I think that's also kind of an important way of looking at this as well.
Yeah.
And I hate to pit some segments against the other, but I think there's a real tangible argument for the rescue squad just off the bat as a life-saving measure. I think anyone would clearly say that that's something they want to do. That's not to say, Chris, that we don't want to do paving, but I think
I've
that,
had the rescue squad haul my mother out of the house countless times,
I
like,
think-
second to none.
I think I'm just trying to better understand.
It's 111,000, right?
Yeah. I'm trying to better understand, Chris, that, and you were saying it a little bit, but if you don't get the bucket truck, what does that mean to a taxpayer?
Well, I was trying to prioritize what
Yeah.
would be the most. I mean, paving, again, after that $200,000 cut, it drove our paving rate into the dumpster. We can't do it. Not efficiently, not throwing good money. The bucket truck, it served more people. The windstorm, a lot of other towns are having a lot more problems. A lot of dead ash out there. We were able to take down a lot of stuff with the big truck, right at people's homes, saving them thousands of dollars. Saving us, the tree came down, took the wires down. We're able to keep up on it, and that serves a greater number of people than a new pickup truck.
yeah, if I had to say, if it were up to me, it sounds like you're saying that, we can maybe put the pickup off for a year, but the bucket truck has a higher priority because it potentially, since we have no bucket truck now, except the little one.
Yeah, we have.
The little one, but, every time, now if there's a big tree that has to come down, we physically can't do it anymore, and we have to pay
$2,000 a day.
$2,000 a day.
So if I look at Chris's budget at 35, right, the increase of 35 to replace the bucket truck, right? Put off the pickup truck. And say, and Stacy gets the 14,560, and if you go up 111 for rescue, we're at $161,000 increase. Gene. $161,000 increase brings us from 5.3% to what? Well, or 6.4, probably something like 6.8.
Another half of 1.3.
I mean, Matt.
7.8, 7.2?
What's the 7?
Well, if you add those all, if, the rescue by itself took us to 6.5.
6.4, yep, so
Or
it
six,
makes sense.
maybe 6.4, I'm sorry, I wrote it down wrong. So I was just saying, if that's a 1.2%
Yeah, it's
increase
another-
for
another
111,
half.
how much is it for?
Yeah, Gene gave us the number.
Mhm.
It's
Which
close to
number do
7.
you want?
It's a $161,000 increase from the current budget.
It's gonna be closer to 8.
Right, that's 7.
That's 7.
Yeah, but
Can you make it say like 6.99? Everyone loves 99. No?
Point
Um,
07.
Matt, you know.
could we go 50K, 60, like half this year?
Yeah,
And
Matt, could you, that issue around like Walden, Woodland Pond, and like, do you think there's a shot that they can come in and help with the budget with that? I mean,
They might be able to, but I think they're gonna need, I think I'll need help from pressure from the town.
Yeah, I was just gonna ask you that too. I mean,
yeah, I mean, that's ridiculous. I mean, I know, because Cole was on that thing, he's like, he lives at, he said, you might as well station us at Woodland Pond.
Yeah.
I mean, I think that I certainly feel comfortable with you having that meeting, conveying that the town board is very interested in making sure that we have an equitable agreement.
They got a
with
great
them.
facility over there, and it's a wonderful facility, and they offer great service to their residents, and you're part of their service. It really is that way. And they have, people call when they, I need help getting up.
and they have a pilot, let's be honest here.
What is, yeah.
They don't,
Yep,
they
yep,
do not
yep.
pay their full tax bill.
Yeah.
They have a payment in lieu of taxes.
I would love to go in there with you.
So they get 10,000 a year under the pilot, but they do not pay their full
They-
taxes to the
do
town
they-
of New
Have
Paltz.
they provided an ambulance? Are they buying ambulances?
Did they buy us a smaller one than we wanted?
In the first like 5 years of the pilot.
That was a while ago.
Wasn't there an issue with it, if I recall? Like, didn't we get less money than we thought we were?
How long is the pilot last?
What do you think
10
might
more
be
years.
possible for them to give?
No, I think maybe, is it
If
10
you
more
were going
years?
in there and saying, hey, you gotta help
10 years?
help me stay here.
No, I think we have 10 years left.
Oh, yeah.
$300 an hour, hey, I approach.
Because I think they
How
just had
many
their 10-year
RMAs are there?
anniversary.
Yep.
It might be a 25-year pilot. We might have 15 years.
Right, so you say, hey, we RMA,
Long time.
we're RMA, you say 40% of them RMA?
I thought it was a 15-year pilot, but I could be totally
I think it's 20.
It's higher than that there.
Because they really just need you to help them, they don't wanna go to the hospital.
They literally have us come and
Pick
say,
them up.
yes, grandma's okay, let's put her back to bed.
Yep.
Mhm.
So odd, they have a nursing facility right
They don't
I know,
want
that
any of the
confuses
risk,
me
they just,
totally.
because it's right up the road. They don't want any of the risk.
Oh.
And they don't wanna break their backs, and we got a big, strong guy over there who's wanna
Think of the
pick 'em up.
liability insurance that they carry for the type of
Well,
facility that
but
they
there's right up the
offer.
road, they'll drive down an ambulance, it looks really great, and look who comes in with his uniform on.
Mm-hmm.
Something needs to
You're too good,
change.
Matt.
How long does their pilot last? Do you have any off the top of your
I mean,
head?
it's
No.
I'm looking up, I think it's at least another 10 years.
Somebody's up in 2024.
It was a 15-year pilot.
200 calls is $8,000 bucks.
I thought it was a 15-year, but I could be wrong. Pilot.
You said 400 in RMA?
I said the
Very- I mean,
300.
It would be low,
Yep.
but better than nothing.
If you have that,
60,000?
No, 200 times,
Yeah.
what's 200 times 400?
but Matt, could
Is that
you,
80,000?
the reason you
200,
want the
2,000,
100,000 is
4,000,
because you
that's
want to
8,000.
have 2 additional employees, right?
2.5, because I'm trying to.
2.5.
cover the overtime expenses that I'm spending because of having to pay people to cover volunteer shifts.
Right, so you want 2.5, and with, if you were to ask Woodland Pond to give 300 or whatever, and maybe they said yes for every time someone, or a maid, that would add up, to allow you to do what you want to do. And and I believe that you're doing it because you think that our community needs this. And because of the reduction of volunteers. I mean,
We're obviously not for profit, so there's no other driver
Yeah.
other than a driver.
right, but I
Gene.
just think it's,
One thought I had,
106,000.
shoot myself in the foot is we're operating this year under a $65,000 deficit, so if I could get that amount,
60?
65,000 is what.
116,000.
to me, it's just, I think
What does
it's
that look like?
worth,
That would help me
it would be worth it.
with the current financial situation, and then we could work together to figure out.
And we can schedule
That's an
regular
interesting
increases that
compromise.
really meet like, so if we
Don't
do
wanna get on the
65,000
full
rescue.
But that still doesn't let him
14,560
employ, it doesn't let him hire two.
Doesn't let you hire anyone?
It'll allow me to hire.
I'm just trying to get, like, what could you live with this year so we can get back on the track of regular increases that meet your needs instead of like, don't come to us for 10 years and now you're behind.
65 will allow me to transition to 5 volunteer shifts a week, and I'll really push to try and get that up a little bit.
Started in
We're
2007.
averaging 9 now.
Yeah, it's like
So financially,
115,
65 will allow me
116,000.
to Schedule 5, but if I can do better than that, well, then I do better.
Yeah, if you're giving 35,000 to the highway.
Yep,
Mhm.
14,500, and we pay for the other person, so this is about
Yeah.
116,000?
About 16, 6.8 or 9.
She had
Or
her
si-
hands on the
6.5.
blacktop highway there.
Oh,
We could look at that number, I mean, what,
Planning my next year, or not.
116, and then plus 25, we should check two numbers, I think, is 116, 116, 6.6. And can you just check 141,000?
The other place that I may be able to use your leverage would be SUNY.
Yeah,
The
like,
SUNY
those are
has
the
a
places to
fuel
come to.
donation of roughly 10,000 a year.
They what?
So Matt, I
They
feel
give
like
a fuel to
any,
pay for fuel.
any entity that we think that we can help in a bargaining conversation related to that, please let us know, because I think we're all on board to do
And
that.
especially because, like, that's another institution that you guys are providing an extra service, right? You're picking up drunk people.
You know, when you have a budget challenge,
I'll tell you what happens
sorry.
on campus. I don't
Yeah,
calculate
absolutely.
the number that they generate off campus.
And I think it's also reasonable to go to some of the establishments in town and say, how about a little extra for the emergency services?
I mean, we're also, working on setting up fundraising, you know.
Those folks gotta get that one first. It's like, you know,
Yeah, Matt, I mean, whatever, and if that is a more formal thing, if that's a letter from the board or a resolution or something, I mean, I don't think anyone here is objecting to that as well.
141,
to help them
Yeah.
out.
6.85.
okay. So, 6.85% tax increase is $25,000 for pavement, $35,000 for the dump truck, $14,560 for Stacy, and $65,000 for rescue. That's 6.85.
I just want to I want to voice that I still would like to give Matt, that's just my personal opinion, what he wants, because I believe he, they
Well-
deserve that, so.
when you get into budget challenges, one thing to do is to look at programs. Are there any programs that, in a priority basis, you say, I need EMS more than I need loop bus, or more than I need $25,000 for planning. I've been pushing planning for so long I've been on the board, but maybe on a balanced basis, you take the 25,000, this program for planning South Putt, and it goes to trucks or to Matt or to wherever.
If there's a place to cut, and we're like, everyone
Those are the
can't
two
have
that
some-
I see, are
We
are
did
the
just do
loop
a big
bus and
planning,
that.
the Gateway was a big planning effort.
What's the money for the South Putt? How much money is it?
I think there's 20.
North Putt?
Is there still 25 in there? I
25,000?
think we cut that out already. Well, we cut maybe, I think there's 10
Out
in
of,
there.
out of what was circulated to us?
Oh, I'm happy to repurpose.
There was money in here for planning. I have to find where it is.
I thought we reduced that somewhat.
Oh, we might have.
15,000.
We have 50.
Oh, so take 15,000, okay, 15,000. So that's not
I would-
How
inconsequential.
do
I
you
would
guys feel about
happily
that?
move the 15,000.
What's that?
I would happily move the 15,000.
Well,
Me too.
so that 15,000, and I'm happy to do it too, right?
It's a
So,
drop in the
but
bucket for
we,
what you need.
when we passed the Gateway stuff, Michael Zeller said, oh, the town should do
Yes.
these 10 things, talk about the study for the highway emissions and all of that. That's what that would be used for.
Mhm.
that
Starting
15.
to do those things.
Right. I am like kind of tired of planning right now. I'm done with the game. So I'm
There's
like,
no money.
if there's no money, we're done. But
And you can't buy a
Well, what
bus
do you
for
want to do with that
15,000.
15 if we're saying that we
There
want to
might
do
be
that?
grants for the planning we want to do too.
Yeah.
Because
Well,
it's,
that's-
I'm just saying, if we're
environmentally
trying to
friendly.
offset some of these additional items we're talking about, that seems like a natural place to pull it, because I don't think we have a commitment at this point to really prioritize that
Okay,
next
so
year.
if you go 80 to rescue,
I guess I would
fill that
like to,
15,
I would
yeah.
like to keep that 15 and try to get that 685 down to,
That's what I was saying. I'm saying shifting
I
those
didn't mean to
funds
raise
more.
these others, I meant to, do we have to support UCAT?
yeah, we signed the contract for 3 more years.
I also
3 more
think,
years.
like, a lot of people
Can't do anything there.
Yeah. Well, we do want to change that, and I
you
have
try
a plan where I'm
126,
trying to,
Gene?
we need to get permission to change it.
So now we're
We'll get
talking
more
about
federal
cutting
subsidies, we have more
15
riders.
It's the college
from
kids that
planning
use it, I
North
think.
Putt.
Yeah.
We're talking about, at this level, we're talking about 25 for paving. 35. Does 6.7 sound better to you, Sue?
Yeah,
So how much for
I'd love to get
rescue?
6.5. We can get
Find something else to
6.5.
cut.
Is it 65 still for rescue in your approach?
This is 65
Yes,
for
okay.
rescue.
65, 25, 35, and 14, 5, 60?
Rescue, and the 14,560. 65, 79, 84, 114, 119, 139. It's like 124.
15,000, right.
Yeah. So we cut 15 from planning, North Putt, add 25 for
South-
CWR
South-
and
South
Pave
Putt,
New
I
York, 35 for the replacing the bucket truck, 65 for rescue, and 14,560 for Stacy. That's at 6.7. So maybe we focus a little bit on making sure those pluses are there, and we really scrub some of the negatives and see if we can find some more money to bring down the number.
Yeah. Yep.
Decide if there's anything else to cut, and that's as high as it'll go. Unless some of these pluses you want to revisit.
Is there anything in the police that's the biggest chunk of our budget?
Yeah.
Overtime, for example?
You don't want to
I
touch
mean,
that one, huh?
like, without the
No?
institutional changes, it's not gonna matter if we change the numbers, you know?
Right, we're just gonna go over
But they're
budget.
gonna spend it.
Yeah, exactly.
Well,
So
we-
like-
You feel
had
good- you
this
feel good
convers-
about the budget number that we've approved for them, that is actually going to be a realistic number?
Yeah, and if it isn't, it's not gonna be enough.
But we had 100,000 that they went over the budget last year. Are they gonna go over again this year?
They go over every year.
That's why I'm saying.
At some
like,
point,
It doesn't.
Yeah.
matter
as
which way.
as the police commission overseeing the police department, do we not have,
You do, but you're going to say, don't go, because the kids are
Yeah,
marching down Main
well,
Street, and it's like, don't go to
Maybe.
go deal with traffic?
or cut out a shift? And ask the county or the state?
That's the discussion we still haven't had, is we're
Right,
sitting with
right,
them and
yeah.
be like,
But that's where
sorry,
the big
it's not going to
dollars
be as,
are.
the policing is not going to be just as great as it always is.
That's
because
true.
we
I mean,
have
I've
to cut some
had like,
people out.
I've had that exact conversation with the chief and the lieutenant.
And they said,
They said, you know,
do that.
the shifts are set up the way they are, you would have to eliminate a shift,
Mhm.
right? And then, so the question is then like, well, what shift, you know, they have the minimum number of people on the shifts as it
so
is.
what does that mean to eliminate shifts? It means like there's no policing during a certain time?
No
Yeah.
policing by the town police, but there's still, you can
Exactly.
still reach out to the county,
Like,
the
oh,
state
we kinda
police.
take
and-
vacation for that 12 hours, something like that.
Yeah.
It's like everything.
8 hours would be, you know,
Not covered.
not covered by the town of New Paltz Police. And then then,
Still
you know.
covered, but just not by us.
Right.
And
you
not
know,
as, not as
and
much
it's-
coverage.
I'm not sure it's as simple as just saying, well,
Yeah.
the sheriff's gonna come here. Like,
Right.
the other towns have
Yeah, I mean,
an
that's
agreement
not-
with the sheriffs where, like, that's the case.
Yeah.
Like, it's more complicated, like, the way it was
course.
explained to me is like, Neil, it's more complicated than that.
Can we
And so-
And also,
start
there's
with?
still long response times even in those scenarios, and frankly, most of that is, I mean, it's road patrol for often very dangerous situations. It's a lot of DWIs, domestic issues. I mean, it's very different than what we're looking at within our communities that we're trying to subsidize than what the road patrol is doing in the rural other parts of the counties that doesn't have their own police force. It's not the same thing.
Oh, you and your
Gene,
county,
did you have a
Sorry.
comment?
State police, same thing.
I
I'm
just
just,
wanna make sure I have this straight.
you and your county knowledge now.
Okay.
Minus 15 from that planning line, North Putt.
That's how it-
I don't know what that is, where that is exactly.
Right.
up 25 for the EWR and Pave New York. I'm not sure where that goes, but
Yep.
it sounded like it was in 522, 5110 somewhere.
5110 for the blacktop,
Up 35 in
5140.2.
5142. Up 65 on the rescue line. I have no idea where that is.
Okay, that's an A,
And 14,560 on Stacy's personnel.
okay. All right, and I can do the modification for the 2,390. And do you want me to make those changes and you'll have your preliminary for your public hearing?
That would be a six, they'd say that would be around 6.7.
6.67.
So-
Oh, 6.67.
6.67.
Even less.
around
You
there.
like that?
So now we can look at like.
I would be in favor of our voting on those changes. We then have a preliminary budget that
Great.
we present to the public.
Yes.
And at the meeting on the 7th, we can still make changes
Yes,
to the final budget.
yes.
So moved.
Because
Do I
I
have a
would,
second?
I like presenting
Seconded.
this budget as well.
So, but I just wanted to make sure I had all those changes.
Yep.
Yeah.
And you have them in the net number is, okay, all in favor?
Aye.
All right, so,
Opposed?
do you want to go over that one more time, Gene? Do
No, I just got to ask.
you want to go over that one more time?
Sure.
I didn't hear everybody say something.
So,
I have a modification for $2,390 for the water and sewer. I have an increase of $14,560 for B 3620.1. I have an increase of $25,000 for 511.4. I have an increase for $35,000 for 5140.2. I have a decrease of $15,000 in B 8091.4. And I have an increase of $65,000 for the rescue squad.
Well, that's 80 before.
I think that's the one we'll present.
Yeah.
And then maybe we really work on where else is there any more money to find on the removal side of things, like we're just not gonna prioritize this year, if we're willing to do that. And see if we can find a little bit more
Yeah.
of the, more.
I mean, I guess, but I'd also like to make sure that what we prioritize are things that we're actually spending money on. So if we say, cut $1,000 out of, pick your, like, the ENCB, we budget $1,000 a year for them to maybe
Yeah.
spend on things, but they never spend that $1,000. And then we cut that $1,000 out.
But, that's meaningless dollars, and it ends
Yeah.
up going to our reserve anyway.
Exactly.
Or it goes into paying for overtime for police, so it doesn't make a difference. We're just
Yeah.
like, here, you
So
got
if we're-
$1,000, but you're not gonna spend it.
If we're gonna make cuts, we're gonna make real cuts.
Yes, let's
That's
not
what I'm saying.
500 and 1,000, like, if we're gonna find $5,000 or $10,000, let's
Yeah.
go there. Let's
Because
not
we've
have hours
gone
of
through and
discussion.
reduced a lot of those budget lines to like
They're
the bare
already
minimum.
there, so either we're gonna cut out a project or some work that is non-essential, or we're gonna leave things the way they are.
Sounds good.
Right, Gene?
There's no
Maybe come
department
with some
that
suggestions
didn't
about
show-
what you think we should cut.
Didn't come tonight that we're missing?
I don't think so.
Did you see anything that we should be cutting, that we should be looking at cutting?
I have been looking line by line. We are a lean machine.
Well, then the worst it's gonna be is 6.67%.
We could drop the fund balance down to 0. Look at that, look.
Depending on Terrence's
We're
article.
trying to go to 10%.
No, I know,
right?
I'm just,
Where
I
are
just,
we
I
now?
did
Are
that,
we
so-
at 10%?
I wanted to see the look on Gene's face.
Oh, my
15.
goodness. It was
I wanted to see the look on Gene's face.
Well, one thing at a
man.
time, you gotta get to
All right.
15 before you can get to 20, Gene.
I wanted to see the look on Gene's face.
Super cruel.
Motion to adjourn?
Second.
Second.
I guess aye.
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 Aye.